One. Welcome to Yager Stadium here in Oxford, Ohio. We've got a meaningful MAC matchup tonight as Miami takes on Toledo. Both teams right in the mix in conference standings. Miami 4-1, the Toledo Rockets 3-2 in MAC play. A win here would go a long way towards shaping how the rest of the season plays out for both teams. Miami's been a solid home team all season, looking to control that pace here at home tonight in Yager Stadium. But Toledo looking to spoil that one and spoil the RedHawks season as well as they're fighting for Detroit right now. Feels like a competitive one, Sean. How you feeling about this one going into tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, this is a difficult matchup for sure. I mean, Toledo's got one of the best defenses in the country, let alone the Mid-American, and they had the skill position players to compete. They had a couple of weird, ugly losses, including that absolutely head scratcher to BG. But as far as their overall performance this season, you could see that they have the guys to compete with just about anybody. I mean, they competed with Kentucky, lost that in a one-score game. I mean, so. That's a tough matchup for sure, but I think Miami has a chance. I mean, this is a team that's red hot. That was red hot coming into their last game against Ohio. Obviously lost their first MAC game of the season versus OU 24-20, a team that's really had their number seemingly the last couple games. But it was a tough road environment. And that's a tough place to win a game. I mean, you can ask West Virginia. West Virginia played them in Athens and lost. So I mean, they've beaten Power Four teams at their home, and certainly makes it feel a little better. Although that's a tough place to play. I mean, but here's the thing: this win right here would really solidify them in the top three as far as being in uh, the Mid American, along with Western Michigan and Ohio. And so obviously if Toledo loses their third conference game, you really got to imagine that okay, they're completely out of the race. Whereas if Miami loses this game, there's still hope, but it would be really tough given some tiebreakers and stuff like that. So you certainly, obviously, keep winning is the obvious answer here, but especially given the fact that Toledo is certainly breathing down their necks. So I mean, so we can get started though. So Miami's offense is struggled, especially at the beginning of the season, but they've made some plays. And although they were a little inconsistent against a very solid OU defense, they're still top half of the country as far as rushing total. They've bumped their scoring average up to a little under 24 points a game. It's been the passing game that's been a little inconsistent, just 198 passing yards a game, 99th in the country. But they have the experience, DeQuan Finn, a seventh-year senior he's passed for about 1,450 yards, nine touchdowns, six picks, averaging about 59% completion percentage. And the real thing that makes him a difference maker, Gavin, is the fact that he's got his legs. He's got 89 carries for 395 yards and four touchdowns. And him combined with Jordan Brunson, who's had to come in for the injured Kenny Tracy, who's Brunson's been great. He's averaged over almost 4.5 yards a carry on over 100 carries, plus complimenting Deshaunte Jones, even a little Keith Reynolds, all those guys, that run game, it's certainly been one of the bright spots of this offense so far.
About this team. It's obviously it runs through DeQuan Finn's legs and the rest of this offense's legs. Obviously, you talked about how the struggle has been in the passing attack. It's really not been consistent or even there sometimes, and it feels like a struggle. You had the big play to Cam Perry against OU last week, but besides that, there wasn't much of a pass game
No.
at all in that game, and that's really what kept it close in the entire game, and then gave OU the final chance to really secure that victory. And then it was obviously the interception at the end of the game where
Yeah.
we were
It
trying
was
to
a
just
killer.
throw. We were just trying to throw a little screen pass to Josh Ringer. Josh Ringer was trying to extend that play, make it a little bit of a larger reception. They weren't on the same page with DeQuan Finn, and
The
that's
rest is
really that.
history.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really. I mean, it's not much to say than that. That was the issues have been within the passing game. Sometimes it's been better than other times, and you got your first MAC loss last week, and that was probably due to some inconsistencies within the air. Because you can't just rely on this run game, especially with some injuries that you've had within the run game as well. I mean, that's a ton of stuff going on Brunson. That's a big workload. Obviously, they're working in Ringer and Deshaunte Jones and guys like that, but
Sure.
Brunson's had a huge workload, and you're not just going to rely on your QB, Daquan Finn, to just scramble around and make plays every single play. As he can do that, obviously, but this is a big workload on Brunson, and it players like Cam Perry have stepped up, but you've also need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, it feels like it's been Cole Weaver actually had a great game against Western Michigan a couple weeks ago. He's a guy who's actually now second in receiving yards ahead of Keith Reynolds, who, it feels like Keith Reynolds we were talking about for so long is kind of this difference maker, but it really has it was actually Cole Weaver who actually I mean Weaver hasn't had a touchdown yet, but he's somebody that's stepped up a little bit, but otherwise it feels like Reynolds has gone really quiet. Cam Perry's had some quiet games despite being having almost double the next best receiver as far as receiving yards with 650 and leading the country in receiving average with 26 yards a catch. I mean, it just feels like there's so much left to be desired with the passing game. I mean, like I said, DeQuan Finn only completing less than 59% of his passes, and I think because of that, it's kind of let it kind of OU did a great job of forcing Miami to be one dimensional when they really took away a lot that run game for a lot of the game and took away DeQuan Finn's legs. I think those were really important elements to the Miami offense that once they shut those down, it was like, okay, they just stalled. They couldn't figure out any consistency offensively. And yeah, it ultimately was their downfall because that was that last drive where they needed to pass the ball. They knew that if they forced Miami to pass the ball, it was not going to go well, and it did, and it ends with an interception. So, kind of just speaks to the season as the whole, on the whole, that that's just been a struggle of theirs has been consistency. Not necessarily that their passing game is bad, but it's just been inconsistency in the passing game.
It's almost like you don't know what to expect going into
Right.
every single game. I have no idea what to expect as they head into a big game tonight against Toledo. Obviously, we don't know what the passing game is going to look like. It looked a little shaky last week, but then they're trying new things. They put in Braylon Isom, guy who
Right.
came in last year as a freshman, and now he's getting more of an opportunity this year. Still seeing minimal reps, but this is a guy who was highly recruited out of Michigan, the state of Michigan, and he got an opportunity within the game, scored a big touchdown. It was a tough
Yeah.
catch, and then he made another tough catch the drive right after that. Those were some signs that you'd like to see. Younger guys stepping up, taking on
Yeah.
a role really is important within this team because obviously you got some struggle at the receiver position within the passing game itself in general. You can't put all the blame on the receivers, obviously, but in total, the passing game's been a little bit of an issue. So if you're seeing younger guys like Isom step up, that's huge in my opinion. Seeing that really it goes a big ways as we head into the really deep part of their season because it's only getting
Yeah.
tougher from here. You lose to OU, Toledo's a must win now. So
Yep. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're right. So I mean, but we can kind of talk now. We were talking about the offense, but the defense for Miami has been stellar as always. 38th in the country in points given up per game, 21.4. They've been great forcing turnovers, 16 turnovers forced, 10 picks, 6 forced fumbles, averaging about 325 yards per game allowed. And they've got guys. I mean, it just feels like one after another. You saw they lose their entire defensive line to graduation last year. Guys like Corey Suttle and they just keep replacing him. Nasir Washington's been terrific. Adam Trick has just been unbelievable. Just got elite burst. I feel like genuinely his 6.5 sacks. It feels like kind of like Trey Hendrickson. It feels like he's just the closer. Just always finding a way to make big plays at big parts of the game. And then obviously that secondary. We knew that was almost the most certainty we had. We had Coy Beasley, who provided a lot of value out of the portal, but then you also had returners and Eli Blakey, who it's been 57 tackles, just great tackler. And then Silas Walters, too, another preseason all-conference guy with 2 picks, 36 tackles, and he's got some blitzing versatility too that I really love. And I feel like those kind of players really give Miami a chance in just about any game because there's not very many G5 teams that have that many really strong contributors, along with a guy like Corbin Andrew, who's terrific too. Those are the kind of guys that pretty much any program would kill to have, period, but would start for the majority of pretty much every Group of Five program in the country. And so the fact that they have 4, 5, 6 of those guys, it just kind of speaks to the kind of talent level. The one thing I will say though that is really concerning is their third down defense has just been an absolutely massive liability. They're actually giving up over 50% of their third downs, and they've been able to bend, not break to an extent. But I mean, still, they're fourth worst in the country in that stat, and I'm guessing that's something that Chuck Martin has consistently just been tearing his hair out about, because that really screwed him in the UNLV game. It almost screwed him in the Western Michigan game, and it certainly screwed them in the very end against OU, where it felt like OU every time they needed that big third down, they got it every time. I mean, every time they got that big third down when they needed it. And as a result, that's how you turn those winnable games into losable ones. And yeah, I mean, so you combine a really stout defense. You got an offense that has some playmaking, and we'll see. So there's talent. I mean, Miami has as much talent as any team in the conference. It's just a matter of the consistency because it feels like with the third downs on the defense and the lack of passing volume on offense, it's like okay, it feels like there's some legitimate variability. Like you don't know which Miami team you're gonna get.
Defense. That doesn't just cause an issue within making a possession longer, and taking off a ton of time off the clock, because that happens obviously. But it's also super defeating when you get to a 3rd and 8 and you're like, we're about to get off the field, let's get a stop here, and then a big conversion happens and it continues to happen. That happened in the OU game, obviously. And it's happened in the UNLV game. It's games where they're decided off of one possession and they're giving up these big third down plays that are ultimately losing them football games, and that cannot be happening, especially now that we head into the latter half of the season where big possession every time. That's how it feels. That's how it's going to be. Every possession is going to matter, and those third down stops have to come. They can't be something where they just come every now and then. It needs to be something that happens before the 50-yard line happens, and you need to get off the field quickly to get the ball back into Quan Finn and that offense's hands, because they need as many opportunities as they can for this big explosive plays, especially with the way that we run the ball. That's going to make us, have the ball longer on offense. We'll win that possession time, and that, at the end of the day, is a huge stat for this Miami team.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that's something that I think that's kind of be the decider there is those kind of third downs and seeing how those go is probably going to be the answer as to well, which Miami team shows up today.
Yeah,
Tell me
couldn't
about
agree more.
Toledo.
Yes, so Toledo 5-4, a little bit of a shakier season than normal when it comes to wins and losses for a Toledo team that always looks to dominate the MAC. Kind of similar to last year, though. It just felt like they were just always around, but not really in the mix as well. 5-4 though, 3-2 in MAC play, and that's what I talk about. 2 MAC losses. They weren't expecting to have that at all. They were more of expecting to be undefeated, if not just a one-loss team, kind of like where Miami stands right now. But with that being said, this offense is explosive. It's one of the most explosive offenses in the country. They're averaging 438 yards per game. That's 30th in the FBS. So, I mean, that's a huge, huge number for a group of 5 team. That a top 30 offense right there with yards per game. And passing yards, they definitely take over statistically compared to this Miami team. They're 260 yards per game in the air. That's 33rd in the country. And then the rush game as well, 178.6 yards per game. That's 46th in the country. These numbers are ridiculous offensively. Scoring 32.9 points per game. That's 42nd in the country. I mean, when I was reading these numbers, it was kind of like blasphemous to me, because
Right.
obviously I know this Toledo has a good offense. They've expressed that all season. I know they've had some high scoring games and all of that, but holy cow, 33rd in the country in passing, 30th in total yards per game. These are numbers that you can't just overlook and say, yeah, our defense is just going to stop them and they're going to have less yards. You can't really look at it in that aspect. You have to expect these big plays to happen. And it all starts with quarterback Tyler Gleason, the senior. 2,030 yards so far from the air, 15 passing TDs, only 5 interceptions with a 66.5 completion percentage. He also uses his legs a little bit, not too often, usually just to extend some plays and gain a few yards. But he's got 80 rushing yards as well with 4 TDs. So those usually come towards the red zone area. They'll sneak him in and get him some rushing TDs as well. So he can really do it all. Kind of a guy, though, who likes to use his arm a lot and rely on the running back play between Chip Trayanum, who was formerly at Ohio State. Sean, I know you're a big Ohio State fan. You know the name Chip Trayanum has a bunch of good memories at OSU. Played at Kentucky last year. Now he's towards home again. He's from Akron. Now he's in Toledo playing for the Toledo Rockets for his final year. It's his 6th year. He's got 114 carries, taking a big workload this year for the Rockets. 637 rush yards, 8 TDs, and a 5.6 yard average per carry. Also does a little bit of receiving with 13 receptions on 113 yards and a receiving touchdown. So a guy who's really found his role in Toledo, and it almost is like a get well story for Chip Trayanum, who struggled last year to really find a role at UK, injuries happening and such. Now he's at Toledo, and he's done a great job, and he's been the workforce of this offense, really. But that's paired up with a guy in Kenji Christian, the junior, who's got 78 carries, 412 yards, 3 touchdowns with a 5.3 yard average. He also using a little bit more receiving than Chip Trayanum. He's got 14 receptions on 178 yards and a touchdown. So big plays with him out of the backfield, especially within the receiving game. But overall, I mean, this offense is so balanced. That's one of the notes I have written down is just balanced. When you look at this team, they can really do it all. When it comes to run game, Chip Trayanum and Kenji Christian, that's probably one of the best double forces in the run game that you can really have in the MAC. Those guys are studs, RB1s at every MAC school there really is. I mean, they're up there in the Jordan Brunson type of contention for running backs in the MAC. But they've also got a passing game, like I said, led by Tyler Gleason. His arm's super talented. But wide receiver Junior Vandross, the senior, 58 receptions, 705 yards, 9 TDs, and get this, 12.2 average per reception. These numbers are high, and that's something you're going to notice as well as I continue to talk about these leading receivers. So he's got 705 yards. It's almost double who's in second. That's Trayvon Rudolph, the other senior, with 30 receptions, 341 yards, a touchdown, and an 11.4 reception average. So those two are the real guys who are going to see most of the work in the pass game, but you can't forget about tight end Jacob Peterson, another senior, 18 receptions, 246 yards, a touchdown, and a 13.7 average per reception. These guys, when they get the ball, they're getting first downs. They are getting those first downs. And Jacob Peterson, the tight end is a huge third down threat for this team, and I expect to see him pick up a bunch of big third downs and expose that real issue that Miami's defense has had all season. This is a tough task for this defense. It really is, Sean.
No, you're absolutely right. It's like you just look up and down the roster. There's some guys who would probably be starting for quite a few power conference teams too. Toledo's always done a great job of that. Is that they've been terrific recruiting. Jason Candle, that's always something. It's been the team talent has always been elevated. A guy like Rudolph had multiple power conference offers coming out of the portal, and Vander Ross, I'm sure, had many offers coming out of the portal too. Trainum power conference experience. Kenji Christian, considered the highest ranked transfer portal guy in the MAC. I mean, you just go up and down the list. There are some really big time guys that they found, and yeah, you got to wonder too how this Miami defense can hold up, especially on third down, because that's going to be a challenge. That's been a challenge for pretty much every defense here in the MAC, and you imagine that Miami will have just as tough of a time.
Yeah, and this offense is an offense who kept it close as well. And also, you got to credit the defense of Toledo, but kept it close with a Kentucky team who's gotten some big wins within the Southeastern Conference as well as of lately. So that game looks a lot better now too. This isn't just, I mean, Kentucky's probably still listed as one of the bottom teams in the SEC, but that's still a team that is in the SEC that they competed with from start to finish. And a lot of people had on upset watch in week 1 as they took on Kentucky at Kentucky. So we'll move on and talk about that Toledo defense that threatens the Miami offense. And we got first Kayvon Sherman, the junior, with 64 tackles and 2 sacks, a guy who really does it all. Most tackles on the team by a lot. And he's also added in 2 sacks. This guy is a huge threat and gets in the backfield a lot. A ton of QB pressures from Sherman as well. So the stat number might not blow you out of the water, but the QB pressure sure does, and he'll make a huge effect on this game. And then it's also safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren, another senior who's really leading this Toledo team. This is a obviously senior and junior heavy team led by a bunch of guys who have a lot of experience within the game of college football. He's got 55 tackles, 2 pass deflections, 3 forced fumbles, and an interception. This is a guy who forces turnovers in many ways and also just interrupts pass passing plays, a huge threat in the pass game. He's led by another safety. These two safeties are ridiculous, Sean. Braden Alls, the junior, 41 tackles, 1 pass deflection, and 4 interceptions. These guys are just huge threats to lock down within the pass game. They don't allow the deep threat shots, and that's big for a guy like Cam Perry who's looking for that deep threat, looking to make an explosive play. But Alls and McNeil Warren have other things in mind at the safety position because they have done a great job really stopping those explosive plays all season.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I saw actually McNeil Warren was listed as one of the 10 safeties, highest rated safeties for Mel Kiper in the top in his draft guide just a couple weeks ago. I mean, so you can tell. I mean, this is a team that's produced multiple NFL talent, pieces of
Yeah.
NFL talent in the last couple of years. You got MACtion Hook, obviously. You have Quinyon Mitchell as well. I mean, the secondary is always really, really stout for the Rockets, and this season's no different. They just always find playmakers and they always develop them as well as just about any team in the country, honestly.
I agree. I mean, that's what they do. They develop. It's almost like DBU turning into Toledo. Toledo's been a place where guys can still get on the NFL field and make big jumps and big strides within the NFL. That's just something they've done, and that's all courtesy to them of doing that. And the MAC is super impressive. Obviously, Quinion Mitchell was a first rounder, like the best corner in that draft class. He went like 22, and now he's completely balling in the NFL. So Toledo guys produce, they know how to produce, and they get guys to the next level. So that's something that you always got to think about with this Toledo team is the talent level that they express on the field. And Miami, obviously, always one of the more talented teams within the MAC, but every time we go up against a Toledo Rockets team, you know that that team's going to be very close, if not better, talent-wise.
No, absolutely right. That's why it feels like pretty much every year since you've arrived on campus that you feel like it's like okay, talent wise it's always Toledo and Miami and then maybe a slight jump down and it feels like coaching maybe is the difference a little bit or some variability or whatever, but it just feels like Miami and Toledo as far as always acquiring the most talent, they're usually one of the two or top three or four most talented teams every year.
I agree. And to round out that defense, you got to talk about the workload that Malachi Davis has put on the junior defensive end. 25 tackles and nearing 5 sacks with 4.5 sacks. A guy who's always in the backfield interrupting plays and really just making key big defensive stops for this defense. So the Toledo defense that threatens a ton within the pass game, huge DBs that make huge plays with McNeil Warren as one of the top rated guys in the country. They've got some great linebacker play as well by Sherman and Diaplana. And this defense has threats all over the place. They're super talented. This team matches up so well on paper with this Miami team. They really do, Sean.
No, you're absolutely right. Like you said, you talk about the safeties, preventing the deep threat that Cam Perry presents. You then talk about kind of the ability to really string along third downs. That's something that the Miami defense has really struggled with. And then, you can go on and on down the list, and it feels like, yeah, this is a good matchup. But that's also where Miami can prove that they're talented enough that they can overcome some of these matchup deficiencies. We'll see. Obviously, we'll see. But I certainly can understand the line actually moved on this game. It started at 2.5. Vegas is now it's up to 3.5 point favorite. Toledo is, and so I think they kind of see a lot of what we're seeing. If you just go matchup by matchup, you go okay. You can see a world where Toledo certainly wins. That's just by virtue of how favorably they are in these matchups here.
And at the end of the day, the head coach of the RedHawks is Chuck Martin. He wins football games and he wins big football games like this one all the time where it feels like, how can Miami win this one? Chuck Martin has an answer. And coming off of a huge loss against the rivals in Athens, Ohio, OU, can Miami bounce back is the real question. That answer comes in about 40 minutes. Let's close out real quick with our predictions as we near the pregame show, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this matchup favors Toledo. However, I do think that the fact that it's a home game for Miami is certainly really bodes really well, and I think this home crowd will certainly keep Miami more than in it. I think that we're going to get a real tight one here. I'm actually going to say 24-23 Miami. I think that there's I think Miami's able to pull just enough out in the end. I don't know. It might be a late field goal. It might be a late touchdown, but I think that there is a late score within the final 5 or 10 minutes of the game that I think ultimately puts Miami ahead.
Something about the quarterback in the RedHawks uniform tonight, and Daquan Finn played at Toledo for a long time, was the MAC Player of the Year there, had a ton of success in Toledo, but tonight I think it's going to go in the Redhawks' favor, and Daquan Finn's going to do a great job leading this offense. The offense is going to, fill in those holes that they've had throughout the season, play a little bit better than last week, and I think they find themselves with a victory. I have it as well being tight like you, Sean, but I have Miami winning this one 27-24 with a late field goal by Dom Jobin. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I was
excited
gonna
though.
say it feels like it's gonna be one of those games once again. I mean, we all know MACtion is about as chaotic as it gets, so it's always some last second BS that feels like it's always gonna happen to one of these teams. But I'm just hoping Miami ends up on the positive end of it.
Yep. So will Miami end up on the positive? We'll see. But pregame show coming your way. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. I've been Gavin Stark, my colleague Sean Wiesemann. We're saying so long for now. We're hoping to look for a Miami victory, though. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Good evening and welcome inside Yager Stadium for a Red Hawk Radio presentation of Miami football here in Oxford. My name is Andrew Relvas. Thank you for tuning in and spending your Wednesday evening with us. We've got a big one on tap tonight here on Red Hawk Radio. It is Miami versus Toledo in a rematch of the 2023 MAC championship game where the Red Hawks took down the Rockets a few seasons ago. This is a massive matchup for both sides as coming into tonight, their records are each 5-4. Miami, of course, losing last week to OU, the Ohio Bobcats, on the road in Peden Stadium a week ago. They lost 24-20 in that game where the Red Hawks were basically neck and neck with the Bobcats, but unfortunately fell to OU after a 49-yard bomb that resulted in a touchdown from Parker Navarro that brought OU ahead 24-20. And Miami was driving, but unfortunately DeQuan Finn threw a late interception that would be costly to their comeback hopes. And meanwhile, for Toledo last week, they played on Tuesday at the Glass Bowl at home in the Glass City. Toledo ended up defeating NIU 42-3 in an absolutely dominating game, beating down NIU in their final year in the MAC before they head off to the Mountain West Conference next year. In that game, Toledo outscored NIU 35-3 after giving up a field goal ahead by 7. And after that point, Toledo really ran away with it. And the defense as well was really strong, only giving up 203 yards in total to the NIU Huskies. So that was the game that Toledo dominated. For Miami, they struggled against OU, but OU #1 team in the MAC during that point, and they took down the RedHawks there. So two teams that are trending in different directions right now, but the records are even at 5-4 each. And in terms of the MAC standings, we'll take a look at it right now. Western Michigan, #1 in the MAC with a record of 5-1 after knocking off Ohio last night. That was in Kalamazoo where the Broncos took down the Bobcats 17-13. Buffalo and Miami are each tied for second in the MAC with a record of 4-1 in conference play. Each of them have 5-4 records. OU behind them in fourth place with a record of 4-2, 6-4 overall in the MAC. And Toledo is trending right behind OU, tied for fifth with a record of 3-2 in the MAC, 5-4 in overall play. And meanwhile, Central Michigan right there with them, 3-2 in the MAC and 5-4 overall. So for the RedHawks, must-win game tonight, and we'll see if they can do it against the Toledo Rockets. Well, let's take a look at the all-time series, Miami versus Toledo. How do these two teams stack up against each other in the all-time series? Well, it goes in favor of Miami. It's 29-24-1. Miami leads the all-time series against Toledo. But in recent history, Miami has lost 3 out of the past 5 games to Toledo dating back to 2009. These two teams didn't play each other for a large majority of the 2010s. It was MAC divisions, and for some reason, Miami never played Toledo up until about 2023, where we saw the Rockets for the first time in about 14 years in the regular season. But tonight, the RedHawks are looking for their first home win and first regular season W against Toledo in 16 years. That was on Halloween. The last time the RedHawks took down the Rockets was Halloween of 2009, where Miami won 34-24 in a big-time victory against the Rockets from Toledo. Of course, the last win against Toledo was in that MAC championship game in 2023, 2 seasons ago, where the RedHawks won 23-14, a win in the MAC championship that was led by Avion Smith, the unsung hero of that season. Earlier in that year, where the RedHawks faced off against the Rockets at home here at Yager Stadium, it was a pretty close game up until that point at about early to mid-October. Have the date exactly here right now. It was October 21st, so late October, the last time the RedHawks faced off against the Rockets here at Yager Stadium in the regular season. And that was a game where it was pretty close up until that point, but Brett Gabbert would unfortunately suffer a season-ending injury on his shoulder. That would kick him out for the rest of the season. Miami losing that game 17-21 in a tight game. But after that point, it was Avion Smith, the hero of that season, the backup who has been a dual threat quarterback for a little while, had his name called, had to make some big plays, and he made so many big plays, big throws, big runs against Toledo, and he was ultimately the decider among that amazing Miami defense that was one of the best in the country that season. And, of course, the RedHawks winning the 2023 MAC championship, their most recent in school history. Let's take a look at the football power index comparisons. How do these two teams stack up? First of all, for Miami, they come in with a negative 4.9 FPI, projected to win about 7 games, so Miami's about on that pace, getting closer and closer to that 7-win mark. One more win as well for Miami or Toledo would be a bowl appearance for another consecutive season. It would be 4 in a row for Miami, so of course the RedHawks would love to clinch it tonight. Would be another milestone under head coach Chuck Martin. So Miami projected to win about 7 games this year. They got a 24% chance to win the MAC, which is second in the conference behind Western Michigan. And meanwhile, for Toledo, they come in with a 1.7 FPI, projected to win about 8 games. So they're also on pace there. Projected to have a 16% shot to win the MAC, which is third in the conference. And these two teams likely playing for the MAC title lives tonight here in Yager Stadium. So some big storylines on tap tonight. We will get into that in just a moment. Stay with us. You're listening to Miami RedHawks football on Red Hawk Radio. My name is Andrew Relvas. Stay with us. More coming back in a moment here inside Yager Stadium. Welcome back inside Yager Stadium for the Red Hawk Radio pregame show. My name is Andrew Relvas, and now we will take a look at the stat leaders for tonight's game between Miami and Toledo. First of all, starting off with Miami, of course, the quarterback leading the charge is DeQuan Finn, the former Toledo Rocket, has about 1,500 passing yards, 1,451 to be exact, which is 6th in the MAC. He's got 9 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, but he's dangerous with his legs as well. 89 carries for about 400 rushing yards on the season and 4 rushing touchdowns. He's been a dangerous dual threat quarterback now in his 5th year in MAC play. Of course, he played 4 years with Toledo and 1 with the RedHawks. So he's a veteran in the MAC, and we'll see if he can do damage against his former team tonight. The top rusher for the Red Hawk, it is Jordan Brentson, 102 carries with 444 rushing yards, which is 13th in the MAC, along with 4 rushing touchdowns. And a goal line threat in Deshaunte Jones is number 2 behind Brentson with 168 rushing yards on the season, 4 touchdowns as well. Now turning it over to the receiving game for Miami, they've got kind of a 3-headed monster in the form of Cam Perry, Cole Weaver, and Keith Reynolds. First for Perry, he's one of the best receivers in the MAC, 657 receiving yards, which is 3rd in the conference, along with his 4 receiving touchdowns. Cole Weaver is a guy who has really emerged. He was a guy not many Miami fans knew about entering the season. Well, they certainly know about him now. About 400 receiving yards. He's done a great job to this point. No receiving touchdowns yet, but he could get one tonight. And lastly, Keith Reynolds, the Washington transfer, coming in with about 269 receiving yards and a touchdown, showing off that speed all season long. and we'll see if he can do it again tonight. Maybe get a house call. He got one earlier this year against UNLV in a really fun game about a month and a half ago. Turning it over to the defense, the top tacklers, Corbin Hondrew, 78 tackles on the season, which is 6th in the MAC. He can do it all. 2 sacks along with 3 interceptions, which is 2nd in the conference. Eli Blakey, the veteran cornerback, 69 total tackles, 10th in the conference to 38 solo, which is number 1 in the MAC. So he can do it all on the one-on-one tackle game. Turning it over to the linebacking core, it is Adam Trick leading the charge, 42 total tackles, but the top stat that he's the best at is the sacks. He's got 6.5 sacks on the year, which is 3rd in the MAC. Voorhees of Ball State, number 1 with 11, but 3rd for Adam Trick in sacks. Not bad for the kid from Dayton. Turning it over to the former Ohio State Buckeye, Jackson Kuwatch, about 62 total tackles, along with 3 sacks. He's been such a big guy that Chuck Martin has called on all season long, and he's always been ready whenever his name has been called. Kuwatch has had an exceptional year for the Red and White in this campaign. Malcolm McCain, another guy to look out for, 43 tackles, along with 2 sacks. Silas Walters, one more guy, the Swiss Army knife for the Red Hawk, former walk-on, has 38 total tackles, a sack, and 2 interceptions. So the Red Hawks got a great defense. I'll get into it in a little bit, but those are kind of the 6 stat leaders to keep an eye on. And, of course, Dom Jobin, one of the best kickers in the MACs. 14 for 16 in field goals, and he's perfect for extra points, 24 for 24. He's 2nd in the MAC in scoring as well, making most of his kicks for the Red Hawks this year. And lastly, Pierce Stainton, the punter, averaging about 42 yards a punt on the season, which is about middle of the pack in the Mid-American Conference. Turning it over to Toledo, Tucker Gleason leading the charge. He's got about 2,000 passing yards, which is 4th in the MAC. 15 touchdowns, 3rd in the conference to 5 interceptions. And he's got about 80 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns. So when needed, he can escape the pocket and make some damage with his feet on the run. Turning it over to the rushing attack, the Rockets are led by Chip Trayanum, the veteran, coming in with 637 rushing yards, 7th in the MAC, and 8 rushing touchdowns, which is 2nd only to C.I. Bangura of Ohio, who has 11 rushing touchdowns. And the other Rocket to look out for on the rushing attack, it is Kenji Christian, 78 carries, 412 rushing yards, and 3 touchdowns. The Rockets, really their star powers come from the receiving game, and they are led by Junior Vanderos, veteran wide receiver, taking over the top wide receiver spot from Jerwan Newton, who was one of the best Rockets receivers in school history. This is Vanderos's team now, and he has 705 receiving yards, 2nd in the conference, and 9 receiving touchdowns, which is 1st in the MAC. So he's a guy that the Red Hawks, especially defensively, have circled in this matchup for quite some time. Trayvon Rudolph, the transfer, coming in, 341 receiving yards along with a touchdown. And Jacob Peterson, the tight end, 246 receiving yards on the year. Defensively, we'll turn it over. This is a Toledo team that has a lot of experience in the secondary, and it's led by Kayvon Sherman, 64 tackles on the year, 2 sacks. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, another guy to look out for, 55 tackles on the year. Turning it on the defensive line, Malachi Davis has 4.5 sacks coming into this year, which is tied for 8th. Chris Diapolina, another guy to look out for, 43 tackles on the year. In the secondary, again, it's led by Braden Alls, who has 4 interceptions, which is number 1 in the MAC, so the Red Hawks got to look out for him, along with many other Rockets in that secondary. Andre Fuller, another guy to look out for with 30 tackles on the year. In the kicking game, it is led by Dylan Cunanan, who is 6 for 8 on field goals, 37 for 37 in extra points, which is 1st in the MAC. And the Rockets are led by Emilio Duran on the punting game with 45 punts, averaging about 41 per punt. Turning turn it back to the Miami RedHawks. They are coming on with a record of 5-4, 4-1 in the MAC. Must-win game tonight, facing off against a familiar foe in Toledo. And they are looking to continue doing what they've been doing, picked to finish second in the MAC preseason poll. Of course, returning a lot on the defensive side this year. Not so much offensively, but it has kind of turned around, especially after some early season struggles. Everything has kind of bottomed out for the RedHawks, and they hope to keep it at that way here tonight in the penultimate home game for the RedHawks. And, of course, Miami led by Chuck Martin in his 11th season here in Oxford. And, of course, they're trying to have another winning season. They've had winning seasons in the past 5 of 6 seasons, and they made a bowl game in 4 straight years. So the RedHawks are trying to make a bowl game for a 5th straight year, and they are 1 win away from doing so. They are well on pace to get that trend continued. Turning it over to Toledo, of course, 5-4 record. Talked about their record a little bit before got into things. Last year they had an 8-5 record, 4-4 in the MAC. Of course, like Miami, making bowl games basically every year under Jason Candle, who, like Chuck Martin, is a veteran coach, has been here for 10 years, and they're looking to make another bowl game and trying to potentially make another MAC championship game. Be his 3rd MAC championship appearance under Jason Candle, if they can do it, but basically got to win out, and we'll see if the Rockets can do so. And it starts tonight. Of course, coming into this season, Toledo picked to finish first in the MAC preseason poll. Things haven't gone as smoothly as a lot of Rockets fans have thought. Of course, they lost an earlier game to Western Michigan, and of course a shocker in the rivalry game. They lost to Bowling Green. It was about 28-23 a month or so ago, and since then Toledo has rebounded, but those 2 losses have really stuck with them, and they've had to kind of play pickup and catch up ever since that point. So, of course, Toledo's MAC title hopes on the line tonight, as they will try and take down the Miami RedHawks for another year in a row. It would be the 2nd year in a row if the Rockets can take down the RedHawks. And one last note on Jason Candle, winning seasons in 8 straight full seasons. He's a 2-time MAC champion, and he's trying to make it 9 winning seasons in a row. Well on pace to get it there tonight. Let's take a look at some of the games going on tonight. Of course, it is MACtion. It's the most wonderful time of the year. And with that, we've got 3 MAC games going on tonight. Of course, this one, Toledo versus Miami, kicking off at 7 o'clock in about 13 minutes or so. Got another good one in Buffalo versus Central Michigan and Mount Pleasant, Michigan. That will be an interesting one, as Central Michigan, the Chippewas, come in with a record of 5-4, 3-2 in the MAC. They are right on the cusp of making a run. They need to take down Buffalo, who is 4-1 in MAC play. So that's going to be a huge game to watch. That'll be on CBS Sports Network. And the final MAC game going on tonight, NIU at UMass. Of course, the NIU Huskies having a tough year after falling to Toledo last week, 42-3. NIU's record 2-7. UMass 0-9. So this is a game for UMass in Amherst, a chance to get their first win on the season. And this will be a home game for them. This will be a big test on ESPNU at 7 o'clock. So we'll see if the Minutemen can take down the NIU Huskies tonight at 7 o'clock. Some games that happened earlier this week. Of course, when I say earlier this week, it was yesterday. Kent State taking down Akron. The Kent State Golden Flashes winning the Wagon Wheel Rivalry, taking down their local rivals in the Akron Zips, 42-35 in a real shootout. That happened on ESPN last night, 42-35, a game that Kent State was really kind of neck and neck with throughout. Kent State was up 35-17 in the fourth, but a late push by Akron tied it up at 35 with 2 minutes left in the fourth. And, of course, Kent State winning 42-35, just an unreal classic in the Mid-American Conference. Really fun one on the eastern side of Ohio. And the other game that happened last night, a huge one, Western Michigan knocking off Ohio 17-13, another kind of defensive game that Western Michigan has played with all year long. Western Michigan winning by 4 points against the Bobcats in a game that was like that Kent State and Akron game, pretty much neck and neck. Of course, it was a little bit closer, but was a fun game, and a late touchdown, or I should say a touchdown in the fourth quarter from Jalen Buckley was the deciding score in that OU versus Western Michigan game. And one more game to cover, Eastern Michigan versus Ball State. Those two teams kind of towards the lower end of the MAC. For Eastern Michigan, 3-7 on the year. We saw them about a month ago. And for Ball State, 4-5, trying to get to 500. It'll be a home game for the Ball State Cardinals as they try and go to 500. So those are the games that are happening in the Mid-American Conference. And now we've got the national anthem coming up in just a few minutes. We'll take a quick break and head over to the keys to the game coming up in just a little bit. Stay with us. You're listening to the Red Hawk Radio pregame show live from Yager Stadium. My name is Andrew Relvas. We'll give you the keys to the game coming up in just a little bit after our national anthem. Stay with us here from Oxford. Welcome back to the Red Hawk Radio pregame show. Now I'll give you the keys to the game tonight. How can the Red Hawks take down the Rockets? Well, number one, Miami needs to force turnovers early. The Red Hawks, fortunately, are one of the best teams in the MAC in forcing turnovers, and they have to do it against a great Toledo offense. I mean, Toledo coming in, they're basically number one on all offensive stats, averaging 437 yards per game. That's first in the MAC. They are third in the MAC in rushing yards, and second in the MAC in passing yards. So this is a really good Toledo offense, of course, led by Gleason and Vanderos. The RedHawks, they got to force turnovers early and really kind of sway momentum their way against a really strong offense. But fortunately, again, for the RedHawks in Toledo's 2 out of 4 losses, they've had multiple turnovers, and both of those games were in MAC games. So Western Michigan and Bowling Green both able to force multiple turnovers. It's going to have to be a similar type of game tonight if the RedHawks can beat the Rockets. So number 1, they need to force turnovers. Number 2, hopefully this is a game where Miami starts out the game strong offensively. A lot of their wins this year have been kind of second quarter or second half efforts. It's got to be a lot quicker, got to be a lot faster against a well-coached group led by Jason Candle. So we'll see if Miami can take advantage, but Toledo, like offense, they're one of the best defensive teams in the MAC. They've allowed the least amount of points at about 15 a game. They've got the number 1 passing defense in the MAC, the number 1 rushing defense in the MAC, only giving up 90 rushing yards per game. In terms of takeaways, Toledo around middle of the pack, but still they can get some, led by a couple of ball hawks in Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Braden Alls, among others. So they've got to get this offense going early, and who knows, maybe in a DeQuan Finn revenge game, a guy who's been there for 4 years, won MAC Player of the Year, was a MAC champion as well at Toledo. We'll see if he can get some of that juice that he had in the 2022 season against his former team and his former coach. Number 3, the RedHawks got to get this run game going. In the Western Michigan game, the RedHawks took advantage of a good rush defense and, of course, talked about how good this Toledo rush defense was, only giving up 90 rushing yards per game. Miami's going to have a similar game plan against a really strong Toledo rushing defense. Number 4, the RedHawks, they got to avoid DeQuan Finn turnovers. In a few games, he's cost the RedHawks, especially in that OU game where he turned it over with about 2.5 minutes left to go in that one. Gave the ball right back to the Bobcats as the RedHawks were driving. They need to avoid turnovers against a really strong Toledo secondary. Number 5, Vanderos is the guy the RedHawks need to shut down. I mean, Junior Vanderos, he's been a stud for the Rockets. Last year, he was a first-team All-MAC receiver. This year, likely going to be another first-team All-MAC receiver. In 4 out of the last 5 MAC games, Junior Vanderos has has over 76 receiving yards. The RedHawks are going to have to be ready for him, especially on the deep ball, but they've got an experienced secondary like Toledo, led by Blakey, Beasley, and Walters. They need to anticipate the deep ball against Tucker Gleason, who really has a cannon. And lastly, must-win game for the RedHawks with Ohio losing last night to Western Michigan. This is Miami's chance to really take advantage of the MAC standings. Go right up top next to Western Michigan and potentially have a chance to play for the MAC title game in about a month or so. But the RedHawks, a win tonight would essentially control their destiny, and they've got to knock out Toledo here at home. But we will see, as we've got a huge MAC game coming up in about 3 minutes. Stay with us on the Red Hawk Radio pregame show. My name is Andrew Relvas. I'll see you at the half. For now, we'll take a break, and we'll hand it over to Luke and Bryan for the playing of the Rockets and the RedHawks here at Yager Stadium.
It is MACtion time here from Oxford on a chilly Wednesday night from Yager Stadium. It is the penultimate home game of the season for the Miami RedHawks. Coming off a disappointing defeat last week on the road against rival Ohio, Miami still got everything in front of them. They could punch a ticket to the MAC title game if they won out, but that will not be an easy task. Tonight, standing in their way, the preseason league favorite, Toledo Rockets. Alongside Bryan Miller, my name is Luke West Poley. Glad you could join us on this Wednesday night. And Bryan, it's the nature of what we do in the business sometimes that there's one particular storyline that you focus so much of your energy and effort on, so much hype going into this game about the revenge game, so to speak, for Daquan Finn. But at the 11th hour, news breaks. Daquan Finn out for the RedHawks tonight with illness, and instead Miami will turn to Henry Hesson to make his third career start and second of the season. Big question against this Toledo team that, when you look at them at their best, has been firing on all cylinders this year, is can this Miami offense, without their leader this season, move the football? And we'll get a good look at it right away as they'll receive the opening kick.
Yeah, we sure will, Luke. And Hesson's certainly an experienced quarterback, so he's certainly not new to playing football for the Miami RedHawks. Came in for an injured DQ in the UNLV game. Started the Lindenwood game as well, where the RedHawks got a W. So not a new sight to see Henry Hesson here on the football field for Miami. Could certainly use his experience here tonight.
For the Toledo Rockets, under longtime head coach Jason Candle, it's been a bit of an up and down year. But again, when they've been at their best, they've looked like the preseason conference favorite. The Rockets enter 3-2 in the Mid-American Conference. They would need a lot to go right to find themselves in Detroit at the end of the year. However, Toledo, in their 3 MAC wins this year, has blown their opponent out. So again, it's been a bit of an up and down year for the Rockets, but they have looked like the best team in the league when they've played in tip-top shape. We are underway with the kickoff going right to left. It is fielded on the 2-yard line for Miami, and now off to the races goes Keith Reynolds down the far side across the 35 and out near the 40. He's tackled by the last line of defense, and that's great field position to start for Henry Hesson and company.
Yeah, Reynolds certainly showing off the speed there. We saw a kickoff return for a touchdown from him earlier this season against UNLV, giving Hesson and company great field position to start off the ball game.
Miami wearing the special Cradle of Coaches black uniforms. They're wearing red helmets with gold accents, white numbers on the black tops and black bottoms. Wearing gold face masks as well on those red helmets. And Henry Hesson starts off in the shotgun. Ball officially marked at Miami's 39-yard line. And right as the teams were getting set, flags come in. And we will hear from our referee, Andrew Special. Offside against Sean Carter, the senior defensive tackle out of Detroit and Martin Luther King High School, same as Daquan Finn. And that bumps Miami up 5 yards before their first offensive snap. 2-by-2 for Hesson. He's got a back to his left. He takes the snap and fakes the handoff. Has time, flings it over the middle. Just nobody there for Miami. It was in the general direction of Keith Reynolds, who was double covered on the right hash. That throw more near the left hash, and it falls incomplete. 2nd and 5 coming up for the RedHawks.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of miscommunication between the quarterback Hesson and the wide receiver Reynolds. Certainly want to clean that up, but you could certainly understand why, as Hesson has been put into this ball game here at the 11th hour.
Hesson on the year, 21 for 38 for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. Takes the snap on 2nd down. It's a handoff down the right side for Jordan Brunson, and he bashes ahead for a couple of yards. They mark him down at the 47-yard line, 2 yards shy of the line to gain. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Miami offense.
And a quieter game for Brunson last week. 15 rushes for just 49 yards last week against the Ohio Bobcats. Would love to see those numbers improve this week against a strong Rocket defense.
Miami 4 for 13 in the loss against Ohio on 3rd down last week. They need 2. They're 3 yards shy of midfield. Brunson motions out to Hesson's left. 2 receivers either side. Hesson raises his left hand, now claps his hands. It's a handoff down the right side and a wrinkle around the edge for Brunson. He's into plus territory, laying a stiff arm down inside the 40. He's angled out of bounds at the 37-yard line of Toledo. And that's a gain of 15 yards and a first down for the RedHawks.
Now, honestly, we didn't see those types of runs out of the RedHawks last week at OU. Certainly love to see Brunson bouncing out to the outside there, get the first down for the RedHawks.
Season high for Brunson is 122 yards and a touchdown. That was in the Eastern Michigan game when he really started to come along. Again, entered the year as the number 2 back, but has been thrust into a number 1 role thanks to the season-ending injury for Kenny Tracy. Empty set for Hessen on first down. Takes the snap, pumps right, rolls right, still looking downfield, and now he chucks it into the Miami sideline, incomplete. And second down coming up. 13:24 remaining, opening quarter. No score as Miami drives left to right into Toledo territory. They're on the 37-yard line. Ball placed on the right hash.
A good mature play there for Henry Hessen on that last play, rolling to his outside. There was nothing available. Instead of trying to make a mistake, just throw it away, live to see another day.
This is not your typical young backup. Hessen is in his 5th year at Miami, out of Plainfield, Illinois, and powerhouse Avon High School in the Hoosier State. 2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver right. Tight end stacked on the left side of the line. Reynolds motions from the left to right slot. Snap and handoff goes to Brunson. He runs off tackle down the left side, gets inside the 35, and he's down at the 33-yard line. It's a pickup of 4 as the ball shifts between the hashes. 3rd down and 6 coming up for the RedHawks.
And this is an area where Miami has struggled all season, Luke, these 3rd medium, 3rd and long situations. Miami 6th in the MAC in 3rd down conversions. Offensively, would love to see a 3rd and 6 conversion here.
RedHawks just over 36% on the year on 3rd down. Under 13 minutes to play, opening quarter. Twins on both sides for Hessen. He's got Josh Ringer as the running back to his right. A little bit of shifting up front. Hessen takes the snap, throws off his back foot deep down the far side. It is off the hands and incomplete, looking for Cam Perry in the end zone.
He was open too. I mean, it was certainly a good look for Henry Hessen. We saw a similar route from Cam Perry last week at OU. He got a touchdown out of it and is just out of his reach there.
And Miami's keeping the offense out on the field. They're going to go for this. As poor as Miami has been on 3rd downs this year, Miami has been fantastic. They're 75% leading the MAC in converting 4th downs this year. Twins stacked tight to the line on the left side. 2 receivers spread out right. Hessen in the gun takes the snap. Ringer's the back. Time to throw. Now pressure up the middle. Hessen jumps forward. Crosses the line of scrimmage, but he's swallowed up at the 30-yard line. He needed 6, and he got 3. And Toledo's defense comes up with a stop in their own territory to start the ball game just under 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, just strong play there for the Toledo defensive line. They're able to get a lot of pressure on Henry Hessen very quickly. Really no choice for the 5th-year quarterback. Just had to make a run for it, and just not enough room for him.
So we've reached a timeout on the field. Miami stalls an opponent's territory on their opening drive, and we are scoreless with 12:31 remaining in the first quarter from Oxford. You're listening to Miami football in the cradle of Coach's Game, midweek MACtion on Red Hawk Radio. Miami with a rare miss on 4th down. RedHawks needed 6 and got 3 in Toledo territory. The Rocket defense comes up with a stop. 12:31 remaining, opening quarter, and no score. We see Toledo's offense on the field for the first time. They're on their own 30-yard line, and they are led by Tucker Gleason, formerly of Georgia Tech. Spent some time as the backup for DeQuan Finn, appeared in relief of him during the 2022 season when Finn was dealing with some injuries. A native of Tampa, Florida, and he starts out of the shotgun. 1 receiver on the left, 2 men right. Fakes the handoff down the right side and wings it to the near side. Catch made next to the boundary by the tight end Jacob Peterson. He's stacked out of bounds at the 36-yard line by a couple of RedHawks. And Eli Blakey in on the stop for the RedHawks after a pickup of 5.
Toledo working quickly, already up to the line of scrimmage once again.
Gleason takes the snap. It's a handoff down the left side and broken through into the second level. Trip Trayanum gets the first down and motors out near midfield. He's stopped at the 48-yard line on the Rockets' half of the field.
Yeah, Tram certainly a veteran of college football up to his 4th school start at Arizona State. Transferred to Ohio State, was at Kentucky last year, battled some injuries, but having a good season with the Rockets so far.
And on first down, a pitch and catch to the outside. It's brought in by Junior Vanderas into Miami territory. He's the guy to keep an eye on for Toledo. 705 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns heading into the week. That goes for 5 to the RedHawk 47. 2nd and 5 coming up.
Yeah, certainly another challenging wide receiver for Miami to deal with. They dealt with Hendricks for OU pretty well last week. They'll have to do it again with Vanderas this week.
11-12, clock rolling, first quarter, 2nd and 5. Gleason under center with a single back behind him. Extra lineman in the formation. Gleason fakes the run, pressure coming off each edge. Hit as he throws to the far side. It wobbles incomplete into the Rockets sideline. Miami had pressure off both edges, and they kind of sandwiched Gleason on the end of that play. 3rd down coming up for the Rockets. They need 5 with the ball at the Miami 47.
Yeah, great pressure from Adam Trick and Josh Lacusa, forcing a 3rd and 5 for the Rockets. Gotta get off the field here if you're Miami.
Toledo clicking at about 42% on 3rd down this year. They were 9 for 14 in a blowout win against NIU last week. Gleason takes the snap with time, throws, and catch made right at the sticks. Leaned forward by Vanderas for a first down. Just found that soft spot in the zone between the right hashes and numbers. Gets down to the 41 for a fresh set of downs.
Yeah, that he did. Certainly a veteran connection between Gleason and Vanderas. And you can see that chemistry on display on that 3rd down.
Ball on the right hash. 2 receivers either side. And now receiver motions from the right side into the left backfield. Handoff to the right side. Tranum can't get around the edge. He cuts it back in, and he's walled off right at the line of scrimmage. Forward progress gets him right to the 41. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 coming up.
A good stop there for Miami on first down. Need to get this Rocket squad in 2nd and 3rd and long situations, especially as they're just entering Miami territory.
Chip Tranum, the feature back for the Rockets, centered with just under 650 yards this year. Had 39 yards and a touchdown in the win over Northern last week at the Glass Bowl. Gleason takes the snap on 2nd and 10, looking far side, throws far side over the head of Tranum, who was running out of the backfield. It is off his fingertips and incomplete. Pressure being applied on the play by a couple of interior defenders for the RedHawks. O.J. Alexander on the hurry for Miami. It's 3rd down.
Love to see this Miami defensive line get some pressure on Gleason on this big 3rd down and 10.
3rd and 10 from the Miami 41. Rockets going right to left. Gleason acted as if he was going to snap the ball. Then he looks at the sideline. Barks some orders back into his set. Running back to his right, tight end to the left side. 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Vanderas motions further inside from the left. Now Gleason takes the snap, throws down the far side of the field. Wide open catch. It's Trayvon Rudolph. He tried to cut it back in, but he's angled out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Eli Coppice was the last line of defense for Miami to prevent a touchdown. It's a gain of 32, and the Rockets have it goal to go 5.5 minutes in.
Yeah, good crossing route there for Trayvon Rudolph. Certainly a familiar sight for Miami fans. Spent first 4 seasons of his college career at Northern Illinois.
So now Toledo lines up in the pistol. They've got 2 tight ends on the left side. Now they motion both of them to the right side of the line. Trainum stands 2 yards behind his quarterback. Now a wide receiver joins the backfield as Gleason takes the snap, fakes the run, pressure coming, throws to the far side. It is caught right along the sideline, but right at the line of scrimmage by Rudolph. He's blasted out of bounds for no gain by Jackson Kuwach, and it's 2nd and goal.
And Kuwach was right there. Looked like the last line of defense for the RedHawks, and he was right on the tackle, able to take out Rudolph and prevent a big gain.
2nd down and goal from the 9. Rocket offense under 80% in the red zone this year. Gleason takes the snap, fakes the run, and keeps it, and he's swallowed up. A black hole of defenders gets him right at the line of scrimmage. A body weight fall forward for Gleason gets him back to the line. They may give him a half yard there, but regardless, it's 3rd and goal from a long 8-yard line.
Another opportunity for this Miami defense to get a stop on 3rd down. They are 0 for 2 today. Certainly need to get a stop here to prevent a touchdown.
Rocket offense looking to break the ice in the game. Under 8 minutes to play, first quarter, we're scoreless. Gleason takes a shotgun snap, pressure coming up the middle, throws off his back foot to the back of the end zone. It is intercepted. Oh, it was a toe tap with no receivers in the area. And Gleason's pass is picked off by Eli Koppes, who got a foot in bounds. And Miami's defense comes up with a massive turnover.
It is the Miami defensive line stepping up yet again on a huge 3rd down. Gleason just had to throw it up, and I think he was trying to get it through the end zone, but he just didn't put enough mustard on it, and Koppes is able to get a foot down. What a pick. We saw a great interception from him last week and another one here tonight.
They'll take another look at this to see if he got his feet in bounds. You said it, Bryan. Pressure came streaking up the middle for Miami, and because of that, Gleason had no time. But instead of directing his throw at the sideline, he just tried to chuck it out the back of the end zone, I guess to prevent an intentional grounding. But either way, you ground it or not, it's a chip shot field goal. Because he was throwing off his back foot, it was all arm strength, and he just did not get enough on it to zip it fully out of the end zone. There were no Toledo players on that half of the field, and almost like he was fielding a punt. Koppes looked up in the air, set his feet next to the sideline, and did everything he could to stay in bounds and pull that ball in. Again, it is very close, but we will see after a pretty quick review. It looks like everything's going to be upheld.
We certainly didn't have the best view from our perspective, Luke, but the ball is at the 20 right now, so you'd have to imagine that this call will be upheld.
No official announcement. They are still in break, but yeah, I think that was just one look at it. Every review, every score is reviewed by the folks upstairs, and so they take one extra look at it, and it looks like that will stand. And so Eli Koppes comes up with the interception for Miami. And how about this RedHawk defense bending but not breaking, and getting turned over was a big problem for Toledo in probably their biggest loss of the year against Western Michigan. They lost to the Broncos by just a point, but again, that's a Bronco team that's now competing for a MAC championship, and that is probably the best team that Toledo has played in league so far. But for Toledo in that game, they were just beaten back by the Bronco defense. It is a ferocious Bronco defense, to be entirely fair to this Toledo team, but this will be a huge focal point for Miami throughout the night on the defensive side of the ball, especially without their starting quarterback, and they passed the initial test.
Yeah, I mean, in a situation where you're starting quarterbacks out, obviously the rest of the team's going to have to step up. And you think about the offense, obviously the running game, and your receivers are going to have to step up, but your defense is going to have to do that as well. And whether it's forcing a turnover like Miami just did, or just preventing long drives from the Toledo Rockets. So far, so good for this Miami stop unit, doing a great job to give their quarterback Henry Hessen a chance. Just gotta keep doing it, and eventually this offense is gonna figure it out.
Run game fueled Miami's first drive. Hessen did not have a completion. He was 0 for 3.
And I gotta say, they were throwing the ball downfield, so they're certainly not scared of letting Hessen fling it a little bit.
You think back to that third down play. Miami had Cam Perry in the end zone, and Hessen put it within inches of probably a touchdown, but it was right off of his hands and incomplete. Hessen lines up out of the pistol on first down. He hands it off right, and there is a mob of white that gets there to prevent any sort of gains. It was Deshaunte Jones, the third-string goal line back for Miami, that got the carry to start the drive. And he loses a yard officially to make it 2nd and 11.
We did see an increase in carries for Deshaunte Jones last week at OU, especially in the second half. Was able to get some good runs down the field, trying to pop another one there on first down. Didn't quite work, though, against this very, very good Toledo defense.
There's 3 men in the backfield, one on either side of Hessen and one behind him. Island receivers either side as Hessen takes the snap. He hands it off to Keith Reynolds, and Reynolds gets around the edge. He stiff arms the first defender, and he diagonally goes out of bounds. Tripped up partially by the second, right at the sticks. It's a gain of 10 and a first down for the RedHawks.
Certainly saw the explosiveness there from the speedy Keith Reynolds. He could bring that type of element that no other running back really can in this Miami team. Gets a huge first down.
Reynolds came in with 15 rushing attempts on the season, and he's a wide receiver. He's the fastest guy on this team for Miami. A very good high school track athlete out of California. But he's gotten carries out of the backfield this year. Hessen takes the snap, fakes the run, pumps right. Now he runs left, and Hessen escapes the pocket and shuffles out of bounds after a pickup of about 1 or 2 yards, and he got a shove right on the end of that about when he stepped out. And I think Hessen partially slipped after a gain of about a yard or 2, but the Miami faithful certainly didn't like that, as Chris D'Apollonia forced him out following a gain of 1.
Yeah, right in front of the student section as well. They're certainly making their voice heard, but no flag.
One area that Toledo statistically is weak at on both sides of the ball is just the penalty yardage. They've been really good offensively and defensively this year. As Miami lines up, but it looks like Chuck Martin didn't like the look, and the RedHawks call a timeout. 5:50 to go as the RedHawks call the timeout right as they were breaking the huddle. We're in the first quarter, and we have no score. And so the Rockets, or the RedHawks, I should say, use their first timeout of the first half. That brings things to a timeout on the field. Got some more action coming your way later this week for Miami Athletics here on Red Hawk Radio. We'll have a special presentation tomorrow, 1 o'clock tip-off for the Miami women's basketball team as they take on the IU Southeast Grenadiers. Again, a 1 p.m. start on Thursday afternoon tomorrow. And then things start to get real busy in the following weeks. Some men's home games on the basketball side against Mercyhurst and Arkansas. Pine Bluff on the way. Home hockey next weekend. RedHawks are on the road this week in Kalamazoo, taking on defending national champion Western Michigan. As for the Miami football team, 2 games left on the regular season schedule. And they need to win at least one of these 3 to be bowl eligible, but they've got their sights set on something more. Miami still has an inside route to the MAC championship game if they won all 3 games. It's funny how you eliminate divisions, you add 1 more team to the conference, and that really changes things a whole bunch, because for Miami now, sure, there's likely a crazy scenario where they could maybe drop a game and somehow end up in Detroit, but it is pretty much win out or don't go to the conference championship game for Miami the rest of the season. They're on the road taking on Buffalo next Wednesday, and then they've got a weekend start against Ball State. kick time has not been announced, but that is the Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend back here at Yager Stadium to wrap up the regular season. Miami seeking their third straight winning season, seeking bowl eligibility once again. They've been bowl eligible every year since 2017. There was a controversial year wedged in between all that in 2018 when the RedHawks went 6-6, but were not included in a bowl game. But 6 or more wins for Chuck Martin and company in every full season, not counting 2020, of course, when Miami only played 3 games. But this RedHawks team exercised their bowl demons, so to speak. They had struggled a little bit in bowls under Chuck Martin, and last year got a win on what was just kind of an all-around wild, fun day. As the bowls kind of have turned into a little bit of that. You know, it's
certainly
a lot of pomp and circumstance, I think.
In the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, you could certainly see a lot of that excitement. Still remember that halftime interview with Snoop and Chuck.
Snoop and Chuck, and of course Miami's head coach received the bowl trophy in the backseat of a convertible. Lots of fun out in Arizona.
Repping the chain and the lowrider, that was great. That's what bowl season's all about.
Miami hoping that they could have a similar type of bowl experience this year. They got to win at least one of these final 3 games to go. RedHawks line up in a similar formation coming out of the timeout. They've got a tight end in the backfield to Hessen's left, running back to his right, running back behind him. 1 receiver on either side. 4 down linemen for Toledo. Hessen takes the snap. He runs it himself down the right side, and now he cuts it back in and just dives at the line of scrimmage and really got nothing there. Goes for no gain. It's 3rd down and 9. Miami's on their own 31-yard line, churning left to right. 5:34 and counting to go. Opening quarter, we've got no score.
Yeah, certainly an interesting play call there. We haven't seen a ton of designed runs for Henry Hessen. Came into tonight's game, which is 3 scrambles from him tonight, but I think that's the first design QB run we've seen from him.
Hessen not a huge runner, just 3 attempts coming into this game. 3 receivers on the right, 1 to the left. Hessen's lined up in the gun. Ringer's the back. He drops back to throw. He's got plenty of time. Now he's flushed out to the right. He tries to wriggle out of a shoestring tackle, and he cannot. Hessen goes down. Didn't take a full hit there, but Chris D'Apollonia was back there to trip him up. It's a loss of 5, and Miami brings on the punt team for the first time tonight.
That's the type of play that really makes you miss Daquan Finn. Looked like Henry Hessen had a slight opening towards the right side of the offensive line as he was able to try to wiggle through there. If that's Finn, you might be able to, and he maybe run for a first down, but Hessen doesn't quite have the same rushing ability that DQ does, so it'll be a sack instead, and defense will have to step up again. Pierce
Staten on to punt. He gets rid of it. Side spinning punt that is received at the 37-yard line by Bryson Hammer, and he is crushed. All MAC punt returner who is very dangerous. Staten didn't catch that one super clean as Hammer ran up on that football, but Miami special teams got home to him and didn't allow him anything on the return. Marked down at the 39-yard line. That's where the Rocket offense starts this drive. 4:16 remaining first quarter. Still have no score. Tucker Gleason and crew back out following the interception in the end zone on drive number 1.
And it was a good drive for this Miami defensive front. Adam Trick and Josh Lucus at the edge did a very good job of applying pressure on Gleason. They're going to look to do it again here.
Gleason takes the snap, play fake, facing pressure off the near side, rolls far side, and fires a bullet towards the sideline. It is complete to Kenji Christian, the running back, who came out of the backfield to make the grab. Birmingham native who scored a touchdown last week. This time he picks up 3. 2nd down and 7 after the stop by Oscar McWood.
Yeah, Trick was not far away from getting a hand on the quarterback. Gleason had to get it out quickly.
2nd and 7 from the Rocket 42. Ball on the right hash. Toledo's going right to left in the white uniforms. 2 receivers stacked left, 1 to the right. Gleason takes the snap, hands it off down the left side. A burst of speed for Kenji Christian through the line. He gets across the 45. He's wrapped up at the 47-yard line. Adam Trick, among others, helped on the stop for Miami. It is a gain of 5, 3rd down and 2 for Toledo.
The First 2 third downs for Toledo on the last drive. They were able to convert it and move the chains. See if Miami's able to get a stop here.
The one statistical non-conversion was the pick in the end zone. Rockets have trips right, nobody to the short side left, although they do have a tight end tight on the line. Gleason takes the snap, looking to throw. Plenty of time, fires to the far side. It is caught for a first down. Ryder Treadway makes the catch into Miami territory at the 46-yard line. The freshman rather from Frisco, Texas, comes up with the catch to get Toledo into plus territory.
Yeah, good pitch and catch there from Gleason to Treadway. Strong throw to the outside shoulder of the wide receiver, opposite end of Silas Walters.
Gleason hurries up, takes the snap, throws deep down the middle of the field. Airmailed his target, incomplete. He was looking for Junior Vanderas, but he overshot him. Coverage wasn't too bad either for Miami, as Michael Yarborough was back there. Much like last year, we've seen Yarborough start a little lower on the depth chart. This season, I think that was a little more surprising for the Miami secondary, but work his way into one of the feature roles for Miami secondary. RedHawks have an errant sub. That's Nazir Washington that ran onto the field and now back off. So on 2nd and 10, Gleason takes the snap, fakes the throw. It's a draw. He runs to the right side, and he's got room. Gleason lowers his shoulder and powers across the 36-yard line to pick up the first down. Give him 10 on the run. Finally, Eli Blakey knocked him over, but Gleason with a tough physical run to move the chains.
Yeah, Gleason's certainly a very capable runner, just under 700 career rushing yards. Doesn't necessarily do it a ton, but when he needs to, he certainly will. And that draw was certainly open to the right side for a first down.
Had a rushing touchdown for the Rockets last week. Under 2 minutes to play, first quarter. 1st and 10, Rockets going from right to left. They're in Miami territory on the 36. 2 receivers to the right.
Got 12 guys on again.
2 receivers to the left, rather, nobody outright as Gleason takes the snap, looks over the middle, throws, it's off the hands of the receiver, and intercepted.
Oh, wow.
It's picked off by Malcolm McCain. He was looking for the tight end, Jacob Peterson. The throw was a little high and wide. It glanced off his fingertips, and McCain dove underneath that ball before it hit the ground, as the Rockets cough the ball up for the 2nd time in Miami territory in as many drives.
Well, we were mentioning earlier, Luke, with your starting quarterback out, defense got to step up for Miami today. Gleason trying to hit the tight end up the seam, and throws just too high. He was open, but goes off of his hands, and what a play by Miami there, right on top of it to get the ball back.
Beg your pardon on the pick, rather. It was Blakey that came up on the interception for Miami. And so the RedHawks have the ball from their own 17-yard line. 1st down and 10. Minute 40 to go, opening quarter. Hessen takes the snap. It's a handoff down the right side. Slight hole opens up for Brunson, still going across the 20. And he's finally engulfed at the 21-yard line by the pile. Pickup of 4 for Brunson.
Solid start for Jordan Brunson so far, up to 27 yards on the day on 4 attempts. Certainly wouldn't be surprised, Luke, if this is a Jordan Brunson heavy drive.
So Brunson stands back there to the right of Hessen. 2 receivers on both sides. Ball shaded inside the right hash as Miami goes left to right. Approach a minute to go. Hessen's hand moves to his helmet. Now he claps and takes the snap. Another handoff for Brunson. Motors through the left side of the line. Runs the defender over and pushes out to the 25-yard line, where he's finally dragged to the turf by Sean Carter. But that's what Brunson can do. He's a guy that started to show off more and more of his speed, but he's got a ton of power in those legs and picks up 4 there to make it 3rd down and 2. Miami has to run 1 more play in the first quarter.
And Brunson, 6 foot, 233 pounds. Certainly the look of a power running back, but as you mentioned, could have some good bursts of speed as well when he hits the outside. We saw it earlier today.
Hessen's in the pistol. Receiver motions from left to right. It's a fake handoff. Hessen shovels it to the right side, and it falls incomplete. He was looking for the tight end, Bryan Shane, who was put in motion. Faced some pressure And with a defender in his face, just couldn't shovel that by as it falls to the turf, incomplete. So Miami runs out the punt team. Martez Pointer, the sixth-year senior out of St. Louis, on the pressure for Toledo. Clock stops with 11 seconds remaining, and the RedHawks have to punt.
It's a tough play there for Hessen. His eyesight certainly affected by the pressure.
Stainton gets it away. This is a booming kick that sends Bryson Hammer way back. He receives it at his own 30-yard line, dodges the first tackle towards the middle. Flag comes in late as three RedHawks pile up on top of him. Oscar McWood is one of them. He's at the very top of the pile at the 34-yard line. A return of about 5 yards, but we'll check on this flag. Still 2 seconds remaining on the first quarter clock. Referee discussing it with the side judge.
The Miami sidelines was certainly happy after the play ended. I don't know if it was because of the penalty or not, because it was a good play by the coverage unit.
It's funny, the referees are electing to discuss this right next to the Red Hawk huddle. The signal before the announcement is it's holding on the Rockets. Beg your pardon, a block in the back for Toledo. Still 10 yards. That brings them back to the 21-yard line as opposed to the 34. 10 yards from the spot for Toledo. They get ready to start their third offensive drive. Rockets have moved the ball. They've gotten into Miami territory twice. So far in the game, 87 yards of offense. Tucker Gleason, 7 for 12 through the air. But crucially, of those 5 interceptions, 2 of them picks. Both of them arguably inside field goal range, and one of them inside the 10-yard line.
It's certainly been a bend but don't break effort for the Red Hawk defense so far. Try to get a quick drive here. Try to get the ball back to your offense, you would hope.
Gleason on first down, stands in the gun. Vandeross motions from left to right. Gleason takes the snap, looking that way as he's flushed. Now he tucks and runs, and Gleason gets around the edge, escapes an initial tackle, and accelerates for a first down. Down the right side, he gets to the 34-yard line and steps out there. It's a pickup of 13 to wrap things up on the quarter. For the Rocket offense, Gleason now the leading rusher for Toledo, 3 carries for 23 yards. And that brings us to a timeout. End of 15 here from Oxford, and we are scoreless thanks to a couple of picks by the Red Hawk defense. Second quarter on the way. And this MACtion battle between Miami and Toledo next. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 15 minutes on the second quarter clock. We have no score. 1st and 10 for Toledo from their own 34-yard line. Rockets outgaining Miami by a considerable margin right now, 100-40. RedHawks don't have a completion yet, with backup quarterback Henry Hessen playing. Daquan Finn out against his former team tonight with an illness. Gleason takes the snap on 1st down, and a patient run for Trainum. He waits for a hole to open up and bursts through it on the left side across the 40-yard line to the 41. He's dragged down by Eli Blakey after a 7-yard pickup. 2nd down and 3 coming up for Toledo as they hurry up. They set up at the line, shotgun formation. They hand it off to him again, and more blockers in front, this time on the right side. Trainum gets the 1st down and more into plus territory, and he ladders up the near hashes into Miami territory at the 49-yard line.
Yeah, starting to heat up the running back, Trainum. One run to the left side, one to the right. A couple of good gains for the Rockets. Now they're in Miami territory.
1st and 10, Toledo. 1 yard past midfield. 2 receivers on the left for Gleason, 1 on the right. He's got a back on his left hip. Vandeross motions from the right side. Now he goes out wide to the left, and the screen throw is to him around the boundary with 2 blockers there, and Vandeross, as a flag comes in, tried to stay in bounds, but he did touch his toe on the sideline. Question is, where, as he tiptoed up the white paint. Check on the flag as well. Had Vandeross stayed in, he would have been gone and had an easy touchdown with 2 blockers helping him out.
Yeah, certainly well blocked by Toledo. The question is if they blocked it too well, usually the area of an offensive holding.
Right on it, Bryan. It's a hold on the offense, and as we get another look at it, the really final 2 or 3 yards, that was an avoidable penalty for Toledo as they had a receiver out blocking, and at the very end, right before Vandeross stepped out, was when that hold happened, so that play would have been fine without it.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have been a touchdown, but certainly at least a 1st down.
So that backs Toledo up to their own 44. Gleason takes the snap and hands it off on the replay. A 1st down, and Miami gets there. Adam Trick all over Chip Trainum. And he got back to the line of scrimmage, but it took his best effort. It goes for no gain. 2nd down and 17 coming up for the Rockets.
It seems like that's just the way this game has gone for Toledo offensively. You're able to get the ball down the field. Neither a penalty or a turnover has been stopping these drives. See if Miami can get off the field. They have a great chance to in a 2nd and 17.
Pair of receivers spread out on each side. Gleason takes the snap and the shotgun. Pressure coming, throws off his back foot over the middle. It's incomplete. He was eyeing up Chip Trainum, who ran a slant over the middle out of the backfield. Gleason got hit hard as he threw that. Trainum got hit hard as that ball came his way. He did not touch it, but it falls incomplete. 13:03 to go, second quarter, still no score. And the Rockets facing 3rd and forever. They need 17 from their own 44-yard line.
And once again, Luke, this Miami defensive line stepping up. They didn't get a sack there, but it's another hurry for that unit. They rush the throw from Gleason. It goes down as an incomplete pass.
Running back to Gleason's right, it's Trainum. He gets the handoff, gets through the first level, but Miami drops him down after a short pickup right at midfield. Malcolm McCain makes the stop after a gain of 6, not nearly enough, and now the Rockets are forced to punt for the first time.
And it was that offensive penalty that really killed the drive for Toledo. They're able to get a few 1st downs. They look really good going down the field, but the holding penalty changed everything, stalled the drive, and Miami defensively stepping up once again.
Lionel Billups-Williams stands on the 11-yard line. Emilio Duran, junior out of Ottawa Hills, Ohio, in the Toledo area, boots it away. Billups-Williams angles to his left, calls for the fair catch, and makes it up at the 14 to 15-yard line. And that brings us to a timeout on the field as they mark Miami right at the 15. 12:21 remaining, second quarter, early stages, and no points yet between Miami and Toledo. We're back to Yager Stadium after the break. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Early stages, second quarter, 12:21 remaining, and 0-0 here on Wednesday night between a team that's been to back-to-back MAC title games and the MAC's preseason favorite. Toledo Rockets threw 2 interceptions in Miami territory, finally forced a punt for the first time, and now the Red Hawk offense starts on their own 15. Again, Henry Hessen in for the sick Daquan Finn, who is not playing tonight. Hessen takes the snap, sets his feet, throws to the far side, and it's incomplete. Looking for Perry, who was wide open. It's a really long throw, throwing from the near hash to the far sideline, but Perry had about 3 yards of separation against the defensive back, and that ball just fell about a yard short of him towards the line of scrimmage at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, very good route there from Cam Perry. As you mentioned, Luke, it was certainly open. It's a throw that you would expect Hessen to make.
So, snap by Hessen. He hands it off down the right side for Reynolds. Tried to cut it upfield, and he got downed. Reynolds goes for 2 yards there before he is dropped on the play by Kevon Sherman, and it's 3rd down and 8 for Miami from their own 17.
Certainly the types of situations that you want to avoid if you're Miami offensively, but they haven't been afraid to let Hessen throw the ball down the field. You would think with how open some of these receivers have been, one of these throws has to be completed at some point. Hessen's a more than capable quarterback.
Pair of receivers stacked on each side. Hessen's in the gun. Rockets show pressure. They rush 4. Hessen has time in the pocket, throws to the near side, and a leaping catch made against the sideline. A flag comes in as Perry got rocked by Avery Smith, the DB, but hung on. Catch made at the 37-yard line on the near side. It's a gain of 20, and Smith, pending a review, might have just punched his ticket to the locker room.
Man, what an incredible catch from Cam Perry. We were saying one of these throws has to be completed at some point. Hessen, he kept believing in himself, was throwing it towards the left side of the field. Perry with the leaping grab, and how about the effort to survive that hit?
It is indeed targeting, and so the officials will take another look at this. It was a jumping catch spinning towards the front half of the field, and on the one replay they're probably going to show us in stadium here, Perry's face mask turned towards the middle of the field. Smith certainly hit him right in the center of that face mask. The question is, which actually we have gotten a second look at it, and maybe not, it'll be close. Did he lead with the crown of his helmet as opposed to kind of the face masks colliding? It was a violent hit right to the head by Smith, who did launch off. But again, in order for it to be targeting, it's got to be led with the crown of the helmet into the head or neck area. And that's something that we've seen enforced a lot more tightly this year.
Yep.
So that may save Smith's day. That would be very important for this Rockets secondary, as he's one of their top 2 DBs alongside Andre Fuller.
It's a quick review.
Now we get our call. Kind of figured that would be the case. Again, it was a hit to the head, but you have to lead with the crown of your helmet, which is the very top of your head. And although Smith hit Perry with his helmet in his helmet, it was more mask to mask, and so no penalty. This is another change in the rules from the early days of targeting that's existed for a couple of years. They pick the flag up as well if they determine it's not targeting on review. And so, no penalty, but still a 20-yard catch and a fresh set of downs for Miami. Bryan Shane stands on the right side of the line. Hessen's in the pistol, 2 receivers on the right. Now Reynolds motions from right to left and joins the offensive line. Hessen takes the snap, hands it off to Josh Ringer, who pinches it back to Hessen, and he is gobbled up. Oh, the flea flicker gone wrong for Miami, and Hessen probably knew it as he handed it off. And as soon as Josh Ringer flipped that back to him, Anthony Dunn was right on his back and put him down on the turf. It's a loss of 6 and sets up 2nd and 16.
Yeah, Dunn just rolled right through the left side of the O-line for Miami. It was pretty much just waiting for Hessen to get the football. Man, I wonder if Ringer saw him at the corner of her eye, if you just potentially say, screw that, I'm just going to keep it myself. Man.
Hessen on the play fake, facing pressure, throws off his
boy.
back foot to the middle of the field, but it's incomplete. There were no RedHawks in the area. That was a very similar looking play, although there is a flag behind the play. I was going to say that's a similar looking play to how the Rockets threw a pick in the end zone. Okay, so the flag was for grounding. The Rockets were very nervously discussing with the referee. The pressure was provided by Martez Pointer, and I think he thought that flag was going to get him for a roughing the passer, but instead it was thrown for intentional grounding, but then after discussion picked up. So it's just an incompletion, and it's third down, and they call it 15 for Miami with 10:16 to go in the first half. Scoreless from Oxford, nobody to the short side, left out wide, 3 men to the right. Hessen's in the shotgun, Ringer's the back, bent over the waist on the right side. Hessen takes the snap, designed boot to the right, pressure coming. Now Hessen tucks and runs. He's got all kinds of room down the left side, shuffles his feet, re-accelerates, and leans forward, and he's a yard short of the line to gain at the 46-yard line.
Wow. That's quite a run from Henry Hessen. He seemed very surprised at the amount of green grass in front of him. There's just enough room for him to get the first down, but there's a big collision just short. As for right now, Luke, the offense remains out.
We saw Chuck Martin go for a really aggressive 4th and long last week that paid off big time for a Miami touchdown. Now they're going for it on 4th and 1 on their own half of the field. Ball's on the 46. Hessen's in the gun. Brunson's the back. Hessen hands it to him. Brunson straight ahead. And it's close. Initial indication is that he did not get there.
I don't think he did, based on the spot we got right now.
It's Rocket football. So Miami, again, the MAC's best team on 4th down. The RedHawks, the MAC's best 4th down team entering the night, have now failed on each of their 2 attempts at converting, as the run to Brunson goes for no gain and Miami gives it up.
Man, we usually don't see Chuck go for it in those kinds of situations, but we did see a similar call last week at OU, and you can certainly understand going for it there, 4th and a yard. Especially with the last play as well, you could certainly feel the momentum building within the Miami offense. That would have been a huge conversion, but Brunson just not quite able to get it, and this Toledo defensive line stepping up. Each of these defensive lines having really, really good games today.
And the referees are not at the monitor, so this is not being reviewed. This is indeed a stop for the Toledo defense on 4th down. So they will get the ball on the 46-yard line of Miami. 9:20 remaining, second quarter, and we are scoreless, and this could be the opportunity to shift the tides for Jason Candle and the Toledo Rockets taking over on the RedHawk half of the field.
Yeah, they certainly haven't had trouble moving the ball down the field, but whether it's been penalties or interceptions, they just haven't been able to get points on the board, even though they've been able to get in that scoring position. Just finishing drive, that's been the problem for the Rockets so far, and with the good field position that they have, it's their best opportunity to crack open this scoreless ball game.
So this is a Toledo team that, again, likely will not go to Detroit, but is the preseason favorite in the conference. And it's just kind of been a question this year of which Toledo team are you going to get. You look at the MAC schedule. They open against Western Michigan, lost by a point in Kalamazoo. And you sometimes hear in college football about losses that maybe aged well. That is definitely one of them, as Western Michigan is competing to go to the MAC championship game. They, like these Miami RedHawks, will end up in Detroit if they win out. And so that loss didn't end up being so bad, but then you go on the road, you go back home, you blow out Akron, And then you go on the road to Bowling Green, and that was a team that generated a ton of hype, a ton of media attention. They kind of had a mini Dion moment with hiring Eddie George from Tennessee State. Had a decent start to the year, and it looked like Bowling Green may be a potential dark horse when, at Dwight Perry Stadium, they beat these Toledo Rockets in Toledo's third MAC game of the year.
That was a game where Toledo was up 21-0 at one point, and Bowling Green was down to their backup quarterback. And somehow, someway, the Falcons pulled that one off in front of the Falcon faithful. Probably one of the best games of this MAC season. Pretty shocking loss for Toledo considering the way that game went.
Certainly so. 28-23 the final there. And since then, blowout win over Kent State, a road loss against Washington State in non-conference play, and then a blowout win last week against NIU. So that's the thing with this Rocket team, is that when they're winning big. But especially looking at that Bowling Green game, that is an ugly loss to a Falcon team that really has just not been very good over the last month of the year since that win. They start the drive here in the gun. Gleason on first down, rolls out to the right and throws it way downfield and way past everybody. Miami had that bracketed towards the near boundary. Vandeross was the intended target. He had 3 black jerseys and a triangle around him. That throw went 20 yards past all of them. And it's 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, it seems like a one-read type of deal to Junior Vandeross. If it's not there, throw it away. And that's exactly what Gleason did.
So from the Miami 46, 2nd down and 10. Gleason takes the snap and he hands it off on the right side to Christian, who gets around the edge, and now Christian has room to run. Hop step into the Red Hawk territory, past the 30-yard line down to the 28. He's shoved out of bounds there after a pickup of 18 yards on the rush.
Good outside run there for the Toledo Rockets. Seems like they've had a lot of success getting it to the outside of this Miami defense, whether it's a screen pass or a run such as that last play.
2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Gleason takes the snap, throws a laser over the middle, incomplete. Looking for Vandeross again, and those two, actually he was looking for Rudolph. Those two just have not been connecting super cleanly so far. Gleason's misfired on a couple of open mid-range throws. That falls incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10.
And usually those throws have come with pressure, but that was not the case on that last play. That just looked like a straight-up miss from the quarterback Gleason.
2 receivers short side left, 1 to the wide side right. Now a receiver's motion from left to right. That's Vandeross. Shotgun snap taken by Gleason. Hands it off on the right side. Christian sheds the initial tackle. Second effort, he shuffles inside the 25. And he is ripped down at the 21-yard line. And that sets up 3rd down and 3 for the Rockets from the left hash. 8.5 to go, 2nd quarter, no score. Toledo's in field goal range. They're working from left to right into the open end of the stadium. 3 receivers on the right, 1 on the left for Gleason. He sits in the shotgun, back to his right. Gleason barks, turns his head to the right, takes the snap, handoff, off tackle left, and Trainum bursts through the line and gets the 1st down as he rolls down to the 15-yard line. Pickup of 6 on 3rd and 3 for Toledo's feature back.
A really good job for the Toledo offensive line of left tackle and left guard. Both did a great job opening up the hole for Trainum. He's able to get the 1st down.
They hand it to him again, and this time Miami gets there as he's running for his life down the far edge. He's chipped down for a loss of 1 or 2 yards. Malcolm McCain made the stop on the DB blitz for Miami, or the linebacker blitz, I should say, and it's 2nd down and 11 for the Rockets for the Miami 16.
Yeah, Toledo with another run to the left side of the field. They've certainly had some success on that on this drive, but Miami able to get a stop there.
Gleason holds his right hand to say hold on to his line. It now backs up as the formation shifts slightly. 2 receivers on the left, 1 on the right. Gleason takes the shotgun snap, hands it off on the right side, and Trainum's bottled up. Down for a loss by Jackson Kuwach, back to the 18-yard line. Toledo goes 2 yards backwards. It's 3rd and 13.
It's an outstanding tackle there from Jackson Kuwach. Just wrapped him up at his ankle. A good shoestring tackle for the Ohio State transfer, and another 3rd and long for this Toledo offense.
Ball straight between the hashes. 6:33 and counting to go first half. Empty set for Gleason. Trips left, 2 to the right. Gleason takes the snap. RedHawks rush 4. Throw to the near side. Catch made by Vanderos. Sheds a tackle and dives across the 5-yard line to pick up the first down. Silas Walters made the stop for Miami. Rockets rush to the line as it's 1st and goal from the 3.
Miami having trouble. They got to get one more guy on the field. Timeout.
Chuck Martin calls timeout, and that is never something you want to do, calling a timeout while subbing on defense. That's the second timeout Miami's called this half. 6:05 to go in the second quarter. And the Rockets come up with a crucial 3rd down conversion, and Miami's defense continues to struggle getting off the field. The RedHawks are just 2 for 7 in terms of getting 3rd down stops. The Rockets have converted 5 times.
It's been a struggle for this Miami defense all year. They're 11th in the MAC on 3rd down conversions defensively. And I'm sure a lot of those came in that UNLV game. It seemed like that happened over and over again. They've been better with it lately, but today those struggles have certainly continued against this Rocket offense. They're going to have to bend and not break again with Toledo at the 3-yard line.
6:05 remaining. Second quarter, 0-0. 1st and goal from the 3 for the Rocket offense, who just converted on a 3rd down and 13 off the connection from Tucker Gleason to Junior Vanderos, who was on the preseason watch list for the Bolitnikoff Award. Had 106 yards against Miami in the 2023 MAC championship game. Gleason lines up under center, only one man out wide and one tailback. Gleason takes the snap, hands it off around the left edge. Trainum angles, end zone, touchdown. 3-yard rush by Chip Trainum, the Kentucky transfer, into the end zone to open the scoring. Toledo's out to a touchdown lead with 6 minutes to play in the first.
He just bounced it out to the outside and outran all the Miami defenders. Looks like Malcolm McCain was the one closest to him. He just couldn't quite catch up, and Toledo getting points on the board for the first time today.
Dylan Cunanan on for the PAT. Perfect on extra points this year. And he splits it right down the middle to make it 7-0 Toledo. Late stages of the first half, 6 minutes to go in it. And the Rockets take the lead off a short field. Miami's defense had a couple of chances to end that drive short of points, or at least limited to 3, but Toledo gets in the end zone and they now lead. Timeout on the field with a half dozen minutes to play in the first half. Our score, Toledo 7 and Miami 0. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 9 plays, 46 yards, leads to the touchdown for Toledo. 3-yard rush by Chip Trainum. And the Rockets have a 7-0 lead with 6 minutes to play in the first half. With Brian Miller, Luke West Poley with you. Chilly night in Oxford, but not overly uncomfortable.
We've been in colder.
Not the most MACtion weather we've ever seen. Thanksgiving holiday will be in a couple of weeks. Bryan and I went up north last year for the Miami matchup on Black Friday against Bowling Green, and that was a whole heck of a lot tougher than the weather was here tonight. Ball meets the right foot of Dylan Cannon. He boots it 9 yards deep into the end zone, and the Red Hawk offense comes out to start on the 25-yard line. Well, Bryan, so far for Henry Hessen, he has just the one completion, the 20-yard connection to Cam Perry to convert a crucial 3rd down for the Red Hawks, but outside of that, nothing really doing. Miami was promptly stopped on a 4th down just shy of midfield, and that set up Toledo's first points.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle for this Miami offense today, which you could certainly expect going up against this strong Toledo defense, and obviously with DQ out as well. I'd like to see the run game get going here a little bit. 31 yards for Jordan Brunson so far. Maybe get a little dose of Keith Reynolds involved as well.
Brunson lines up as the back out of the shotgun. Hessen takes the snap, fakes the run to him, throws near side. Jumping catch made along the near sideline by Cole Weaver across the 40-yard line in a tight window between 3 DBs. Weaver makes the catch and gains 17 as he steps out of bounds.
Weaver has really stepped up in this Red Hawk offense the past couple of games. 94 yards last week, had 90 yards in the game before that as well. It's a big target. If you get the ball down to him, he's very capable of catching the football for big gains.
Over half of his yards have come in the last 2 weeks. Silent receivers either side. 2 men to each side for Hessen. He takes the snap and hands it off to Reynolds, who shuffles right, and now the Rockets get there and beat him back. Reynolds loses a yard as the blocking just couldn't get him a clean lane. They'll officially call it a loss of 2 thanks to the stop by a trio of Rockets, and it's 2nd down.
Yeah, Reynolds tried to bounce it outside, much like Trainum did on the goal line when Toledo scored, and really just nothing going there. Miami's going to have to deal with the 2nd and 12.
Braden Alls made the stop for Toledo. Ball in the right hash, Miami going right to left. Same formation as last with 3 in the backfield. Hessen takes the snap, looks left, throws out there. Catch made by Cam Perry. He faces up the defender and steps out of bounds as he gets most of the yardage towards the sticks, but not all of it for Miami, up to the 49-yard line. It's a gain of 9, and Miami now faces a 3rd down and 3 with 4.5 to play, first half. Toledo set to get the second half kickoff, leading 7-0. Trio of receivers in a line on the right side, 1 man left. Josh Ringer into the game as the running back for Miami. Hessen out of the gun and movement up front. 3 flags come in.
Yeah, it's going to be a false start on the left tackle, Eric Smith.
Fooled everybody on the field. There were a couple of Rockets that had already burst through the line of scrimmage, readying to bear down on Henry Hessen. That makes things a lot tougher on this Miami offense as it's now 3rd and 8.
Yeah, 3rd and 3 versus 3rd and 8. Certainly a major defense or major problem, especially with an offensive line that's given up a couple of sacks already.
Trips right, 1 man to the left. Ringer still in as the running back. Hessen takes the snap, sets his feet, pump fakes to the right, now throws it left. Caught by Brian Cheney, stiff arms and swerves to the near sideline to pick up the first down. Crafty improvisation by Hessen. By his fingertips, he held onto that football on the pump fake and found Shane to move the chains.
Yeah, it looked like Toledo was going to jump the route if Hessen threw it to his right. And as you mentioned, Luke, he was just able to hang on to the football and dump it off to the tight end, Shane. How about the tough running from him, barreling his way for a first down?
Didn't have a catch last week for Miami. It's motion down to the right for Reynolds. 2 receivers there, 1 to the left. Hessen takes the snap, clean pocket, throws over the middle, and it's tipped and intercepted. Nazir Bowers running it up the far side with blockers, Now he cuts it back in, and he's forced out of bounds into Miami territory as a flag comes in. Oh, that throw, it hit Cam Perry right in the chest, but there might have been a DB's arm there to jar it up in the air, and Bowers picked it off and ran it about half the length of the field the other way. Looks like they marked him out just inside the 40 as he was running up the sideline. This flag is going to bring Toledo back on the return, but they'll get the ball back with just under 3 minutes to play in the first half.
Yeah, trying to hit Cam Perry over the middle of the field, and it was a great throw from Henry Hessen. I don't know if it just went through the hands of Perry or if a Rocket was able to get his hands on it and tip it up in the air, but regardless, it was an interception for Toledo, and while the full return won't be counted, we assume, as the referees are still meeting due to the penalty. Still a huge play for this Rocket defense and a very deflating end to that promising drive for the Miami offense.
Long deliberation. They still haven't announced this flag. All right, we're going to dissect this a little bit. I think Andrew Special misspoke there because he said there were fouls on both teams and that one of them was an illegal low block by Miami number 12, which is Henry Hessen, and that it was declined, not that the penalties would offset. So I think he means 2 fouls against Toledo. They're both blocking penalties, so it makes sense. The other one a block in the back, which was accepted. So I think there is a block in the back that's going to bring Toledo pretty far back. And then further up the field, a low block by a Rocket defender. And they were both against the Rockets, and Miami elected to take the penalty that occurred further into Toledo territory as it's 10 yards from the spot. So Toledo starts instead on their own 22-yard line here, or 27, excuse me, as Tucker Gleason comes back out with the offense, but still plenty of time. All 3 timeouts for Toledo and a chance to double dip before halftime. Gleason in the shotgun, takes the snap. Pressure coming. Gleason steps up. Now he's flushed to the right, throws on the run, and it's incomplete. Oh, just before he crossed the line of scrimmage, he winged it out to the left side, and he had a man, Ryder Treadway, on the scramble drill. Found some open space, but he was just so far down the field, and fortunately for Miami, Gleason couldn't get it there.
Yeah, he was certainly open. Again, a good job from this Miami defensive front, getting pressure on the quarterback, Gleason, and forcing the short throw to Treadway.
2nd down and 10. Clock stop with 2:44 remaining in the first half. Rockets leading by a touchdown. Everybody tight to the formation except for an island receiver left. Shotgun snap to Gleason and a handoff to Trainum. He's blown up in the backfield. Silas Walters makes the tackle for a loss of 2 for Miami. 3rd down coming up for Toledo, who does not have to run another play before the 2-minute timeout.
And I'd be surprised if they did, considering it's a 3rd and long and where they are on the field.
Rockets are still lining up, 15 on the play clock.
Could always be a hard count as well.
Gleason is in a pretty casual posture right now, not really making any move, as if he would snap the football, and Miami jumped. And there go the flags. Goodness gracious. I mean, Toledo really showed their hand there and kind of gave away that they weren't going to snap that football. And if Miami did indeed move first, that is a brutal mental mistake.
Yeah, I think Miami's pointing towards the other end. I think they're saying the right guard moved, but man, if that's on Miami, that's just a terrible penalty at that point.
It's a delay of game against Miami, so you're not allowed to try and simulate the snap count, which I guess is what happened down there in order to try and draw a false start or an errant snap. And so because of that, it's a penalty. Toledo does not have to run another play, and it runs it down to the 2-minute timeout. So a tough penalty for Miami to take. They still try to get off the field on 3rd down, though. It's now 3rd and 6 for the Rockets from their own 31-yard line, and it comes when we come back. Getting off the field on third down has been tough for Miami. They've done it just twice on 7 attempts tonight. Got to do it here. 2 minutes to play, first half, 7-0 Toledo. And you're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Two minutes remain, first half. It's Toledo 7 and Miami nothing. Luke West, Poley, Bryan Miller with you as the Rockets face 3rd down and 6. Just prior to the 2-minute timeout, Miami committed a delay of game penalty on defense to move the Rockets 5 yards closer. Now Tucker Gleason stands back in the shotgun. Nobody left, 3 men out right, facing 3rd down. Rockets 5 for 7 so far tonight. Gleason takes the snap, pressure coming, flush to the left, flag comes in, Gleason throws on the run, it is caught by Vanderos as he makes his way across the 50-yard line into Miami territory. He's dragged down, they mark him at the 49, but indication is this is coming back.
Yeah, it looked like a hold on either left tackle or left guard as Gleason was heading to the outside.
Malcolm McCain came flaming through the center of the pocket there as Miami's pressure worked pretty much to a T. Only thing they didn't do was get home, but they did draw a penalty. So that backs Toledo up. 3rd down and 16, minute 53 remaining as we're in the second quarter. 7-0 Rockets, 3rd down with 2 receivers on each side for Gleason. Shotgun with Trainum to his right. Gleason takes the snap, RedHawks rush 4. Check down over the middle. It is caught by Vanderos. He stops his feet, now tries to accelerate, but Miami rallies to the football, and they meet him and drive him out of bounds on the 26-yard line of the Rockets, but he was forced out. Vanderos was. The clock keeps moving, and Miami elects to hold on to their timeout here as the punt team comes out for the Rockets.
Yeah, a little surprised that Chuck Martin did not use his last timeout in that last play, give more time for Henry Heston and the rest of the offense, depending on how much time is left. I wonder how aggressive he is on this last drive.
Lionel Billups-Williams stands at his own 31-yard line. Emilio Duran's going to run as much time off this clock as he can. He'll get it just over a minute before he'll snap it. And Jason Candle's actually going to call a timeout before he snaps it. So a minute, 2 seconds remain, and the Rockets call their first timeout. So the Rockets will kick the ball away. And Billups-Williams is standing around the 30, 31-yard line. And again, if you're Miami, you lost 40 seconds there. Maybe a little surprised they didn't take a timeout. But I guess part of the reason would have to be that the RedHawks still have just the one left and may want to save that for some sort of emergency scenario. You would have to think if Miami gets any sort of positive return out of this by Lionel Billups-Williams that they would try for some points here, especially with Toledo getting the ball coming out of half.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's the big thing that I was about to mention, Luke, that Toledo getting the ball to start off the second half would love to get some points, at least a field goal here if you're Miami. You don't want to be down 14-0 potentially.
Duran takes the snap. Miami rushes, and Duran gets it away. High spiraling kick. Billups-Williams backtracks to his own 20-yard line, receives it there. No blockers in front of him, but Billups-Williams still gets away from the first and the second duo of Rocket pursuers across the 30-yard line out to the 33. That is a strong return of 13 yards by Lionel Billups-Williams with absolutely no help as Miami sold out to block that punt. 51 seconds remain. RedHawks have one timeout left as we watch the clock wane on this first half. It's 7-0 Toledo. And for Miami, Dom Jobin's long, 51 yards. So you need around the 33, 34-yard line. They are kicking at the Gunlock Performance Center, which helps to block some of the wind compared to the truly open end on the other side. Virtually no wind to speak of, though, tonight, which is very rare here at Yager Stadium.
Yeah, thank goodness, considering the temperature tonight.
Certainly. Still a ways to go for Miami offensively. Twins on both sides as Hessen takes the snap. Four-man rush, pocket collapsing. Hessen steps up. Now he flushes to the right. Pump fakes one, still backing into the backfield, and he's run out of bounds as that goes for about a 2-yard loss. Hessen elects not to throw it away there. I think was hoping that something would open up there late. Nothing did. Clock stops with 43 seconds remaining, and it's 2nd down and 12. And now because the clock stops once, you cannot run the clock out if you're Miami. Toledo, if they can get stops, can at least force you to punt.
Yeah, they do have 2 timeouts left as well, so they have some time left on the clock.
Hessen goes empty. Takes the snap, sets his feet, throws to the far side, high and incomplete. Rockets had safety help and were all over that route by Cole Weaver up the far sideline. Even if that throw was online, I don't think that Weaver was catching that football, and so maybe purposely thrown that high by Hessen as the clock stops with 39 seconds remaining. 3rd down and long coming up.
Yeah, it certainly appears that way. If you want to throw it really high for any receiver, I would definitely choose the 6'3" Cole Weaver.
Shotgun for Hessen, ball on the right hash. Miami going right to left. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Hessen holds his hands in front of his shoulders. Clapson takes the snap. Hessen facing pressure, and he goes down. Well, Hessen had plenty of time to throw there, but the downfield coverage was online for Toledo. Clock still running here. And now it stops with 26 seconds left. Toledo calls timeout. Miami's got a punt.
Yeah, just not a good possession there for Miami offensively. A few negative plays and a 3rd and long like that. Toledo able to pick up their 3rd sack of the day. This Miami offensive line still growing together with a ton of new starters, at least coming into this season, but having a lot of trouble with this Toledo defensive front.
Yeah, 5 new starters for Miami on the offensive line this year. 34 seconds remain. That's what the clock is reset to. So Jason Candle did indeed get that timeout off immediately. Just was not communicated to the folks upstairs. So they put some time back on the clock. Rockets have 1 timeout left. Their kicker, Dylan Cunanan, has a career long of 54 that was hit last year. This season's been a little bit tougher for him. He has not attempted nearly as many field goals as long as just 40 yards this season. Rockets look like they'll bring pressure. Snap is clean to Pierce Stainton, and he sends a high end-over-end kick that is received at the 34-yard line by Bryson Hammer, and now he's got some room. Bryson Hammer around the near side. He beats the punter. Hammer into Miami territory. Flag comes in along the sideline as he's still going, cuts it back in. He's dragged down inside the 15. Flag from the near side official. It's in the area of a potential sideline warning for Miami. And that is a dream return for the all-MAC punt returner Bryson Hammer. The Rockets are set up with a chance to get some more points on the board. Well, it's not a sideline warning. It's just a straight-up sideline interference call. So typically the first one of those comes with no penalty, and your second offense is when you give up yardage. But that is a crucial penalty as that brings the Rockets half the distance, and they're now set up on the 6-yard line of Miami with 18 seconds remaining in the first half. And now they can essentially do whatever they want.
And they still have one timeout left, so they're not necessarily forced to throw the ball 3 times here, Luke. And the way Trainum was running the ball in the last drive near the goal line, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a handoff at some point.
Gleason under center with a single back. Vanderos motions into the backfield, now back out left, play fake. Gleason looking, throws off his back foot to the near side of the end zone. It is caught by Jacob Peterson for a Toledo touchdown. Well, a frustrating first half for Miami. Gets a final bow on top of it all. The RedHawks go 3 and out, hoping to get some points on the board. They give up a huge punt return. A penalty against Miami's sideline gets the Rockets inside the 10-yard line. And now Dylan Cannon on to attempt a PAT following the 6-yard touchdown pass to Jacob Peterson. Durant clean on the hold, and the kick is knocked through by Dylan Cannon. And talk about a double dip. The Rockets waste no time getting the ball back with under 30 seconds left. And they punch it in the end zone off a big return in just one play. So Toledo takes over on Miami's side of the field twice. That's how they got both of their touchdowns. Conversely, they've had 2 pretty solid drives where they were moving the football off a long field. They threw interceptions. But the Rockets will get a chance to get some more points coming out of halftime, getting the football, and a lot of work to be done by this Miami team in the 20 minutes they'll spend in the locker room.
Yeah, there's a brutal sequence there for Miami over the past minute or so. They get the ball back with 51 seconds left, and they're only able to drain 17 seconds off of the game clock. And with the return that Toledo gets, as well as the sideline interference penalty on assistant coach, puts Toledo in great field position. They're able to capitalize. They're up 14-0, and a chance to make it a 3-possession game potentially when they get the ball to start off the second half. It's going to be gut check time for sure for this Miami squad.
Rockets squib it short. It is picked up and run out to about the 45-yard line by a RedHawk up man. That's Mitch Bolden. And so they mark him at the 43. I mean, heck with it. You've gone for it already on 4th down on your own end of the field. You're in a pretty steep hole at this point. It's just 2 scores. But again, Toledo's got all the momentum and the ball coming out of the locker room. Do you maybe consider trying to get this ball about 20 yards downfield with still a timeout left to try a long field goal?
At the very least, you can get maybe 5 to 10 yards to get yourself in Hail Mary range to get a potential shot at the end zone from Henry Hessen. Is a little surprised at the swip attempt there from Toledo. I definitely don't think they wanted to see that with Miami getting the ball at their own 43.
Yeah, you could understand them not wanting to kick it to Keith Reynolds, who has a kick return touchdown this year, but that was probably not how they wanted that executed. So 1st down, and out of the shotgun, Hessen takes the snap, eyes downfield, facing pressure. He's flushed out. Hessen still rolling. 3 seconds, 2 and 1. He just chucks it to the middle of the field, and it is incomplete. It was off the hands of the intended target down the field for the RedHawks. That was Braylon Isom, but he was surrounded by defenders. Even if he caught it, there was no time left on the clock, and the first half comes to an end. Well, you could have lived with it if you were Miami until that final minute. The RedHawks with a dreadful finish to the first half, and Miami finds themselves down 14-0 at the break. And for the RedHawks, 41 yards on the ground for Jordan Brunson. The majority of that came on the RedHawks' initial couple of drives. I mean, this defense is doing all it can right now, Bryan. It's just got to be a matter of getting Henry Hessen in a little bit of a rhythm. He's 4 for 13 through the air, but Miami is certainly missing that veteran presence of the field general, Daquan Finn, for their offense.
Yeah, certainly the rushing ability that he shows as well. Toledo outgaining the RedHawks 182-97 through one half of football. And honestly, look, it could be a lot worse than 14-0. A couple of interceptions from Miami to start off the ball game. It could be as bad as 28-0 if you really think about it. Toledo has certainly dominated this game in the first half, but yet you still have a chance here if you're Miami. If you get a stop defensively, have a good first possession offensively, if you're able to get some points on the board, you're right back in it. So you're not completely out of it here if you're the RedHawks. And Henry Hessen, not great first half from him, but he's starting to get into a little bit of a rhythm towards the end of the second quarter.
Halftime here from Yager Stadium with the score, Toledo 14 and Miami nothing. Must win for the RedHawks for their MAC championship game hopes. They've got to come from behind on their home field over the final 30 minutes of play. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andrew Relvas has a RedHawk Radio halftime. Take a look at some MACtion games around the country, preview the upcoming weekend of college football, and look back at what transpired in the first half. All that after the break. Again, at the half, our score, Toledo 14 and Miami nothing. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio.
Good evening and welcome back into the RedHawk Radio halftime show. My name is Andrew Relvas, and the score at the half, Toledo leads Miami 14-0 after 30 minutes of play here inside Yager Stadium. Once again, thanks for joining us live from Yager Stadium in Oxford, Ohio, with a chilly air here inside Yager Stadium. Toledo leading Miami by 2 scores, up 14-0 over the RedHawks after the first half of play. Well, how did it happen? First of all, Toledo defensively, they forced Miami off the field a lot. Miami punted the ball 3 times in that first half. Luckily for the RedHawks, so they forced 2 punts on Toledo, but a couple of turnovers on the RedHawks, turnover on downs with Miami going for it twice on 4th down. They end up going 0 for 2 on 4th down, and their gambles earlier in the first half eventually come back to bite them as Toledo ended up scoring with about a minute left to take a 14-point lead over the RedHawks. And the RedHawks offensively, they just really haven't been able to get things going. Only 5 first downs in the first half compared to Toledo's 10. So a much different effort offensively for the RedHawks, who last week put up 20 points on the road against Ohio in the first half. 0 points. And the RedHawks have really struggled against one of the best teams defensively in the MAC in the Toledo Rockets. Well, here are the stat leaders. First of all, for Toledo, Tucker Gleason, as advertised, 11 for 20 with a touchdown, 89 passing yards. He's thrown 2 interceptions, but it really hasn't hurt them as Miami hasn't been able to really move it down the field much. 93 rushing yards for the Rockets, with Chip Trainum leading the charge. 11 carries, 44 yards, and a touchdown. His longest rush was 12. In terms of receiving, 89 receiving yards. And Junior Vandeross, the number 2 receiver in the MAC with the most passing yards. 5 receptions, 34 yards on the day so far. They've kept him relatively quiet, but everyone else on Toledo has kind of played their part. Trayvon Rudolph, another player who's close to Vandeross, 33 reception yards as well, and the 1 receiving touchdown to Jacob Peterson. He got it at the closing moments of the first half. Turning it over to Miami. For Henry Hessen, he's 4 for 13, 1 interception, no touchdowns. That interception, of course, happening earlier in the first quarter, so the RedHawks were able to kind of rebound a little bit earlier, but Henry Hessen having a little bit of trouble against a talented secondary in the Toledo Rockets. That was one of their strengths coming in tonight, and they've kept them under 60 passing yards to this first half point. Miami in total 41 rushing yards. Jordan Brunson leading the charge, 6 carries for 31 yards. And Keith Reynolds, the former Washington Husky, right behind him with 3 carries on the day. Not much going else there, though. Only 10 rushing yards. He's the number 2 man behind Brunson. And the top receiver for the RedHawks, that is Cam Perry, 2 receptions, 29 yards. He had a long reception of 20. But other than that, it's been relatively quiet. Cole Weaver, 17 reception yards on 1 reception. And Bryan Shane, the tight end, 1 reception for 10. Overall, Miami on third down, they're 3 for 8. 0 for 2 on fourth down. And for Toledo, they've been good in third down opportunities, 5 for 8. And they have made this Miami defense pay. First of all, for Toledo, they scored first in the second quarter, about 4 minutes in to that second quarter. They scored off of a 3-yard rushing touchdown from Chip Trainum. And then at the end of that first half, it was a 6-yard touchdown pass to Jacob Peterson that gave Toledo a 14-point lead. So after 34 minutes, Toledo leads 14-0 over Miami on the road. And as a reminder, Miami started off with the ball, so Toledo will start the second half with the football as they have a chance to get up by 3 scores against Miami on the road in a huge MAC matchup. Well, with that, we will take a break inside Yager Stadium with our score 14-0 Toledo over Miami. My name is Andrew Relvas. Stay with us for the rest of our halftime show as we take a look at some of the scores across the Mid-American Conference during MACtion Week 2. That's all coming up in just a moment. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. We'll take a break and be back in a moment. Welcome back inside Yager Stadium. It's time for our scoreboard segment across 3 MAC games tonight. At the half, Buffalo trailing Central Michigan 10-14 on the road in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The Chippewas leading by 4 points over the Buffalo Bulls, as that one just got into the halfway point. Central Michigan 2 touchdowns in the first half from Robertson and Bowman. And for Buffalo, a field goal from Howes started the scoring off first, and then McMillan got the touchdown for the Buffalo Bulls to give them a 10-7 lead before a late touchdown from Central Michigan gave them the lead by 4 points. So at the half, Central Michigan up 14-10 over Buffalo. The other game going on in the MAC in Massachusetts, the newest member of the Mid-American Conference this year, the Massachusetts Minutemen trailing 31-0 to the NIU Huskies. It has been all NIU from start to finish in this game, as the Huskies are ahead by 31 at the halftime break. It was 10 points in the first quarter for NIU, and then 21 points in the second quarter to give the Huskies a huge lead over UMass. So for the Huskies, up by 31, looking good. Likely going to win that one against UMass, as the Huskies are searching for their third overall win on the season and their second MAC win, as they are looking really good after the first 30 minutes of play in Massachusetts. Of course, the other MAC game going on, it'll be on Saturday in Muncie, Indiana at noon. It'll be Eastern Michigan versus Ball State. Of course, Ball State 4-5 and trying to get to 500, and meanwhile Eastern Michigan 3-7 and trying to close out a few more wins to end the year on a high note. Well, that is the scoreboard segment. Take a look at some of the top 25 matchups later this weekend, as we've got about 8 minutes left to go. Clemson at Louisville. That'll be a good matchup as the number 20 ranked Louisville Cardinals try and get their 8th win on the year. On the other Friday game, it'll be Minnesota at Oregon. The Minnesota Golden Gophers will travel out to Eugene, Oregon to try and take down the 8-1 Oregon Ducks. On Saturday, Wisconsin will travel to Bloomington, Indiana to take on the Indiana Hoosiers, who are undefeated, knocking off Penn State last week. That'll be a noon start on Saturday. South Carolina at Texas A&M. That one will also be a noon start, as the Aggies try and go to 10-0 to take down the Gamecocks. Notre Dame at Pitt. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish traveling out to Pittsburgh to take on the Panthers. Both teams 7-2 as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish try and get another win, a huge one on the road at Acrisure Stadium. Another Big Ten game, Michigan at Northwestern. The Michigan Wolverines will travel out to Lake Michigan as they take on the Northwestern Wildcats at the new Ryan Field for one of the final games in that stadium's history before they travel to their brand new stadium that will be ready next year. South Florida will take on Navy in Maryland. Both teams 7-2. That'll also be a 12 o'clock start. Arizona at Cincinnati. The Wildcats will travel out to Ohio to take on the Cincinnati Bearcats. That'll be a 12 start on FS1, and then we get into that 3:30 slate with Oklahoma playing Alabama in Alabama. Big one to watch in the SEC. UCF taking on Texas Tech in Lubbock. The 9-1 Texas Tech Red Raiders will try and keep their momentum at 3:30 on Saturday. NC State at Miami as the Wolfpack try and upset the Hurricanes in Florida. Georgia Tech at Boston College. The 8-1 Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets will try and improve to 9-1 as they travel out to face off against Boston College in that one. Iowa at USC. The Hawkeyes will travel out to Southern California in the Coliseum to take on the Trojans. Virginia at Duke. The number 19 ranked Virginia Cavaliers will try and get a big upset, or excuse me, get a big win on the road in North Carolina. New Mexico State at Tennessee. The New Mexico State Aggies try and upset the Tennessee Volunteers. Florida at Ole Miss. That'll be a 7 o'clock start. Utah at Baylor in Texas. UCLA at Ohio State. That'll be a primetime game on NBC at 7:30 as UCLA tries to get another huge upset on the road. Texas at Georgia, that's probably the game of the week, as the number 10 ranked Texas Longhorns take on the number 5 ranked Georgia Bulldogs in Athens. And lastly, TCU at BYU, a massive Big 12 matchup at 10:15 to close out the week in Utah. So that is the scoreboard segment, a look across all the top games going on across the country, along with some of the MAC games like I talked about a little bit earlier. And now with about 4.5 minutes left to go, take you into the keys to the game for the RedHawks in this second half. Well, number one, they need to get this offense going. I mean, the RedHawks coming into this game had one of the best offenses, but they have been shut down by this Toledo defense. So, number one, I mean, the RedHawks, they got to get this passing game going. Only 56 passing yards against the Toledo defense. It's got to be better. I mean, Toledo came in having a really good secondary, having a really talented couple of cornerbacks and safeties on the roster. But Miami, they have the receivers to do it. They just really haven't been able to get this passing game going. And as long as Toledo's defensive pressure has forced some tight windows on Henry Hessen, he really has struggled against this Toledo pass rush. So number one, they need to get this passing offense going. Number two, I mean, this Miami offensive line, they got to give more time to their quarterback, Henry Hessen. This O-line for the RedHawks has given up 4 sacks against Toledo. That's inexcusable. I mean, obviously coming into this season, the RedHawks offensive line was going to be a huge concern. And giving up 4 sacks in the first half, that's just inexcusable. You need to give your quarterback more time. You need to simply give him a better shot out there offensively. Henry Hessen sacked 4 times. To his credit, he really hasn't had enough windows open there, and only 56 passing yards with the 4 sacks. That makes it a little bit better, but still, they need to give him more time. They need to just give him a better shot in this second half. And for the RedHawks, I mean, right now, 3 penalties, not terrible. For Toledo, 5 penalties. Felt like it would have been a lot more, but RedHawks, I mean, they just need to reset in this second half, and all it starts off with is a big stop against Toledo at the start. Toledo will have the ball at the beginning of this third quarter. So, number one, they need to get the stop on the first drive, and then number two, they need to get this offense on the groove. You don't need to score immediately, but if you can get some passes, little short ones in the flat, or some slants over the middle, just anything to get this passing offense going, the RedHawks can really kind of start and warm up inside Yager Stadium. But so far, I mean, this has just been a complete domination by Toledo. It was basically 7-0 up until the end of the first half, but a late touchdown on a great return from Bryson Hammer really set up Toledo well. So the RedHawks, they need a reset, and they need to hit it quickly here against Toledo with about 2 minutes until the second half coming up. Well, that's going to do it inside Yager Stadium. 30 more minutes of football here as the RedHawks try and knock off the Toledo Rockets in the regular season for the first time in 16 years. We'll see if they can do it against the Rockets from the Glass City. But a huge second half for Miami, likely for the MAC championship game hope. The RedHawks, they have to win tonight in order to keep their pace on the MAC title game. But it's going to take a full team effort if they're going to win this one against the Rockets. Trailing by 14, that's going to do it inside Yager Stadium. My name is Andrew Relvas. I'll turn it over to Luke and Bryan for our second half coming up in just a minute. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
30 minutes remain, and Toledo leads Miami 14-0. Alongside Bryan Miller, I'm Luke West Poley. We get set to begin the second half from Yager Stadium. Temperature continues to drop as we get deeper into the night, and Bryan, Chuck Martin-led teams have been good at turning the page, and they're going to have to do that in a big way after the end of that first half went about as unideally as it could have for Miami.
Yeah, certainly not a great first half for Miami on either end of the ball, really. Outgained 182-97, down 14-0 as we start the second half. It's two interceptions from Miami to begin the game. The biggest reason why the RedHawks are still in this one, to be completely honest with you. And with Toledo getting the ball to start off the half, the Miami defense will have to step up once again.
15 minutes on the third quarter clock, and it is time for the Miami defense to get a near essential stop. Kellen McLaughlin sets the ball on the tee. He's got a cast on his left arm, and he steps up and boots it with the right leg from left to right. It is received at the 1-yard line and brought out of the end zone for Toledo up the right side by Trayvon Rudolph. He gets towards the boundary and is forced out of bounds. We get a late flag in, it appears, as they mark him at the 22-yard line. There's also a flag way back at the 42-yard line that it looks like came earlier in that return, as the officials discuss.
And obviously we saw the sideline interference penalty on Miami in the last minute of the first half on a Toledo punt return. That gave the ball inside the 10-yard line where they were able to convert a touchdown. Certainly don't want another big penalty here to give the Rockets good field position.
Tough to tell, really, what either penalty was. Nothing really egregious that popped out upon what was a pretty average return out to the 22-yard line. Again, one of the flags at the 42-yard line, I think that was thrown way earlier because I didn't even see that one, but then there was another flag that was thrown along the sideline right as the return man, Rudolph, went out of bounds.
Yeah, usually it's a situation, a late hit or something like that.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was rocked or anything necessarily, because again, it was kind of hard to tell off the first look, but again, a late hit can even mean if your toe steps out of bounds and you get a shove, that's still a late hit. So
yeah, it's a long meeting.
It is definitely a long meeting. And now we get our announcement. Or will we?
Another meeting.
Officials migrate the huddle and re-meet. Now we get at the announcement. And the mic's not on. All right, holding on Toledo. After the play, personal foul on Miami.
So I'm guessing that was the one near the 20-yard line. Looked like it was after the play, and I'm guessing the holding was the one at the 42-yard line.
So again, referee Mike was not working, but they gonna re-kick this? Looks like they are, as Miami's kicking unit has gone back out onto the field. Certainly. I guess because of offsetting penalties, it would be a replay of the down. However, I don't know. I feel like one coming after the play normally means that the fouls don't offset, but
that's kind of what I would think too.
Miami kicks this one off, and the fouls are actually not fully offsetting because it looks like Miami's been backed up. They're kicking from the 30-yard line.
So I guess that'd be the 5-yard difference.
Yeah, so that's the difference in two penalties.
So they'll be kicking off from the 30 instead of the 35. And keep in mind, Trayvon Rudolph did return the opening kickoff for a touchdown last week against his former team in the NIU Huskies. So you'd think he might have room to return one here should they kick it that way.
McLaughlin kicks it as hard as he can. It's received by Rudolph at the 5-yard line, and now he tries to take it out straight down the center. Miami meets him, and they drop him at the 21. Well, through all that, Rudolph this time only returns it 16 yards. Does get the cushion of the penalty. Wasn't receiving that in the end zone, but Jermaine Agee stopped him on the return, and Miami ends up benefiting, albeit by a yard out of the deal. 1st and 10 Toledo from their own 21.
Pretty good job on the kick coverage there for the RedHawks. Obviously, you have to make up the extra 5 yards, and they did it very, very well.
So the Rockets bunch the formation on the left side. Island receiver right. Or that is Vanderos, rather. Motions from left to right. Gleason with a play fake. Throws over the middle, and the catch is made. A yard shy of the sticks by Ryder Treadway. Kuwach leaped up and maybe got a fingertip on that football right in the face of Tucker Gleason. But it still got to the intended target, who caught it on the ground. Gain of 9 as the Rockets line up quickly. Gleason in the gun. Takes the snap. Handoff. Counter back up the middle for Trainum. And now he's bursts into the secondary. Trainum accelerates into Miami territory. And he's brought down at the 41-yard line as Silas Walters stopped the touchdown for the RedHawks.
A 29-yard gain for Trainum on that last play. His longest run of the day is up to 69 yards on 12 carries. This really feels like this could be the potential dagger early in the second half if Toledo's able to keep moving down the field. Just not the start you're looking for defensively there.
Not at all. 1 receiver on the right, 2 on the left. Tight end stops on the left side of the line. Gleason takes the snap, handoff on the right side for Trainum, stops his feed, and he is circled and dropped down in the backfield for a 1-yard loss.
Certainly feels like a gut check moment for this Miami defense. Toledo with the ball at the Miami 42-yard line. Just can't let them get into field goal range and make this a 3-possession game. Gotta clamp up here and get off the field.
2nd down and 11 for the Rockets, going from right to left in the 3rd quarter. They're leading 14-0. Just under 2 minutes transpired in the second half. Twins tight to the line right, 1 receiver out left. Gleason's in the gun, takes the snap, fakes the hand, now rolls to his right, facing pressure in the back from Trick. Now facing pressure from up front. He steps up and throws it out of bounds on the right side, nearly into the concourse in front of the stands. Flushed out by Adam Trick. There was some secondary pressure there for Miami. It sets up a 3rd down.
Yeah, the 2 defensive ends, Adam Trick and Josh Lagusa, have come up huge for the RedHawks today. Haven't been able to get the sack necessarily, but a ton of QB hurries and pressures on Gleason, forcing either bad throws or forcing him to throw it away. Here's this 3rd and long, 3rd and 11. You just got to get off the field here if you're Miami.
Rockets were 5 for 8 in the first half. Gleason takes the snap, clean pocket, zips it over the middle. Catch made, 1st down. Inside the 30-yard line. It is Treadway on the completion down to the 27.
And that was really the story of the first half, Luke. Miami's able to get Toledo in these 3rd and medium, 3rd and long situations, but they just converted them up to 6 for 9 on 3rd down conversions on the day. And that may be the toughest one yet for this RedHawk defense.
1st down and 10 from the 27. Rockets moving from right to left. Snap to Gleason, fakes the handoff. Screen pass to the far side is caught. Not much room after the catch, though, by Rudolph, as he wiggled out of maybe 1 tackler. Did pick up 3 yards. Michael Yarborough, the defensive corner for the RedHawks. 2nd down and 7 for Toledo.
A good tackle there from Yarborough, preventing an even bigger gain. Can't allow anything too large here defensively.
Clock rolling, 11:42 to go in the 3rd quarter. Rockets by 14. They're in field goal range. Gleason takes the snap. Plenty of time, standing in the pocket, throws over the middle, wide open in the end zone. It's caught by Treadway for a touchdown. Treadway just lost in the secondary. And Miami is reeling to start the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, it's a long crossing route for the freshman Ryder Treadway. And it just seems like the Miami secondary lost him in the mix, wide open in the end zone. That's an easy pitch and catch for Gleason and Treadway. And Toledo with the big-time touchdown to go up by 3 scores.
Dylan Canan on for the PAT. And he knocks it through And it's 21-0 Rockets with 11:31 remaining in the third quarter. And goodness, like you're banging your head against a wall. In that UNLV game, you mentioned that the Rebels were converting a lot of key third downs, third and long specifically. But crucially for Miami, they forced some turnovers in that game that turned into points and made it all the less frustrating. In this game, those long third down conversions have turned into touchdowns for the Rockets. And this has been a frustrating night for Miami, who now find themselves really on the edge of the cliff with still nearly a half of football to play.
Yeah, in that UNLV game, there were certainly a lot of points that the RedHawks were putting up as well. It was really a blow-for-blow type of game between the RedHawks and the Rebels earlier this season for Miami offensively. Obviously, without Daquan Finn tonight, it's just been a much tougher effort, and the connection between Hessen and some of the Miami receivers just hasn't quite been there. And it's been a bit of a struggle offensively. It just felt like the defense was doing all they could to keep the team in this game. But if there's nothing going offensively, it feels like the dam might break at any moment. You really hope it's not that last possession as the RedHawks go down 21-0. Just got to get something going here on offense if you're the RedHawks.
So far, Henry Hessen, 4 of 13 for no touchdowns and 1 interception. He's been sacked 4 times. And really just a disappointing night so far for this Miami team. It's got to pick themselves up off the mat as they're starting to get to that territory of where we felt through about 3 quarters in last year's MAC championship game. Really the last time we've seen Miami just completely run out of the building. And for the RedHawks, without their starting quarterback, they'll have to do their best to stay within this football game. Again, for Miami, it's a gotta-have-it type of game for the biggest goal of their season, which is to win a conference championship.
Yeah, going back to that UNLV game, obviously Finn got injured around halfway through that game, so Hessen had to pick up where he left off and honestly did a pretty solid job, 134 yards and a touchdown and no interceptions. So just getting the ball into your playmakers' hands and getting it to them in open space and letting them do some work, it has to be the priority for the Miami RedHawks offense as they are about to get the ball back.
So the RedHawks getting set to get the football back. Again, Miami trying to become bowl eligible with a win tonight. They've done it every year since 2017. The consistency that Chuck Martin has provided this program has certainly been welcomed after the state he took over in. But for Miami, they have taken that next step. They've won a couple of conference crowns, and now that's the next expectation to do year over year. The RedHawks got to have it here tonight. Reynolds takes it on his own goal line and runs it up the middle. He puts his foot in the ground to the right side and gets past the hashes across the 25. They give him the 26-yard line. And the RedHawk offense now coming to play. 21-0 Toledo, 11:26 remaining in the third quarter. Miami with 56 yards through the air, 41 on the ground.
Type of drive you just gotta get into your best playmaker's hands. Cam Perry with 2 receptions for 29 yards. He's obviously a very explosive threat. Try to get the ball to him in open space and let him work his magic. Him and Keith Reynolds as well.
Hessen stands in the shotgun. 1 receiver on the right, 2 on the left. Ball on the right hash. Reynolds put in motion across from left to right. Snap and handoff goes to Brunson. Off tackle on the left side. Pokes forward for about 5 yards out to the 30-yard line before he's piled up on. That's a gain of 4. It sets up 2nd and 6.
So Brunson up to 35 yards on the game so far on 7 attempts. Obviously just like to establish something here if you're the RedHawk offense. And starting it with Brunson's a fine start.
Had 15 attempts on the ground last week, but just 49 yards in the loss against Ohio. One receiver either side, 3 men in the backfield for Hessen. Takes the snap, 4-man rush. Hessen play fakes, boots out right, throws over the middle, and it's intercepted. It's picked off. It's run back across the far side of the field by Braden Alls. Now he cuts it back near side. Alls gets inside the 30, and he's dragged down by Lionel Billups-Williams from behind, down to the 24-yard line.
Man, just a tough read there for Henry Hessen. As an easy ball to jump if you're Alls, and now up to 5 interceptions on the season, continuing his lead in the Mid-American Conference. Just feels like a play where maybe Hessen's trying to do a little bit too much there, Luke, knowing what the score is. Can't make up 21 points in one play. Just got to keep getting it down the field one play at a time. Felt like he was doing a little bit too much, and that resulted in the interception.
So Toledo gets set up with another short field. They've taken advantage of both of their previous short fields, taking over in Miami territory. Gleason starts on the gun, ball on the 25-yard line. He hands it off on the left side, and not much room to run for Trainum. He's stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. They maybe give him a yard. Jackson Kuwach makes the stop, gain of 1, 2nd and 9 coming up.
This is the area of the field where Toledo likes to throw the ball towards the end zone potentially. It's the best passing offense in the MAC, just over 259 yards per game through the air. Chuck Martin said in his presser this week that this is the best passing offense they have faced since Rutgers. This would be a down distance to be aware of it.
2nd down and 9. Shotgun with a running back on either side of Tucker Gleason. Island receivers each way. Gleason takes the snap, hands it off behind him, and a run around the left side for Kenji Christian. But he is forced out of bounds after a short pickup. They give him the 22 or 23-yard line. Call it the 22. 3rd down and 6 coming up for the Toledo offense, who again has just had the answers on this down tonight. They're 6 of 9.
It's been a struggle for Miami defensively on 3rd down. And another down distance where you would probably expect Toledo to go through the air.
Gleason brings Van der Ross in motion. That sets up trips on the right side. Takes the snap, facing pressure, throws on the right side. It is caught, but short of the line to gain. Really good open field tackle by Silas Walters. Rudolph made the catch, but Walters was on him and tarped him immediately. And that sets up 4th down and 3. And the field goal unit is out for Toledo.
Yeah, it would have been a likely 1st down for Rudolph if he was able to escape the tackle from Walters, but a good job by him wrapping up and preventing the 1st down.
On the right hash, Cunanan out for a 36-yard field goal attempt, 4 yards shy of a season long. Snap and hold clean, rush around the edge for Miami, but the kick is on the way, and it is true for the sophomore out of Arizona. And that brings us to a timeout on the field, with Toledo now going up the maximum length of 3 scores. It's 24-0. 8:31 remaining, 3rd quarter. Still a lot of time. Miami's got to figure it out when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 8:31 remaining third quarter. An interception, and Miami's defense, again, just doing what they can. Following the pick in a short field, they force the Rockets to settle for a field goal, and it's 24-0 Toledo. Still a 3-score game. Kick is away, and it's a low squibber that's fielded by Lionel Billups-Williams at around the 12-yard line. Billups-Williams around the edge on the right side. He's tripped up from behind. Good tackle in the open field by Jaden Price. But Billups-Williams still gets past the 30 out to around the 31-yard line. And with 8:25 remaining in the third quarter, and the RedHawks down 24-0, Henry Hessen comes out with the rest of the offense.
Just a chance to reset here if you're Henry Hessen. Take a couple deep breaths, realize, all right, still down 3 possessions. We're still in this game. Just got to take one play at a time, make it towards the end zone.
Still almost a half of football left to play.
Got plenty of time.
Pistol formation for Hessen. Clapson takes the snap, back to throw. Has time, flings it to the far side. Caught by Cam Perry beyond the sticks. He tiptoes out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
Certainly looked like a lot of room on the outside given up by the defensive back Avery Smith. And considering the game situation right now, I'd expect that to continue. So you can certainly exploit the outside hashes, especially with your athletes like Cam Perry and Keith Reynolds.
Gain of 14 for Cam Perry, who's a big play threat, went into last week leading the nation in yards per catch. A little bit slower week for him last week. Comes up with the catch there. On first down, it's a handoff on the right side to Keith Reynolds, and he gets spun around at the line of scrimmage, reaches forward for a yard on the right hash. And they give him that yard. He was downed on the play by Nazir Bowers, and it's 2nd and 9.
A good job by the Toledo defensive front there, stopping the outside of the line and controlling the edge. That's where Keith Reynolds, you would like him to go with his explosiveness. Have to cut him inside, and good stop there from Toledo.
Hessen holds his hands out front. Claps, takes a shoulder-high snap. Handoff on the left side for Deshaunte Jones, trying to go off tackle, and they give him a yard, and that is rather generous. Ball came out at the end. Toledo says they have it as Emmanuel McNeil-Warren emerged with the football. So they roll forward. Progress stopped before the ball came free, and it's 3rd down and 8 for Miami, moving left to right from their own 47-yard line.
Second carry of the day for Jones, and both of them have gone that kind of fashion, just getting stuffed at the line. Miami very lucky that they still have control of the ball, and forward progress was called.
Empty set for Hessen. 3 receivers on the right, 2 on the left. Ball's right in the middle of the field on the left half of the Miami M. Hessen takes the snap, throws over the middle, complete to Bryan Shane, short of the line to gain. He is cracked back by Kevon Sherman after a pickup of 7, and it's 4th down and 1 for Miami, who is keeping the offense on the field.
Yeah, definitely have to go for it here, down 24-0 and 4th and less than a yard. Good play there from Hessen, finding the open tight end. Toledo was allowing everything underneath them short of the sticks. But you'll certainly take the yardage if you're Miami. Gotta get this 4th down.
4th down and 1, under 6 minutes to play. Third quarter, Miami down by 24 points. Shotgun formation, extra tight end in there for Miami. 1 receiver wide to the left. Hessen waits, takes the snap, handoff for Deshaunte Jones, and he gets a very generous spot. They say he got there. Honestly, of the 2 4th and 1s for Miami, I think it looked less like he got that one than it did on the initial one from Jordan Brunson in the first half, but they give him about 1.5 yards, and he's actually got plenty for the first down there.
Yeah, initially he looked short, but I think it was the extra push from the big fella Jones, 248 pounds in the offensive line as well. It's a must-have conversion for the RedHawks, and they stay alive.
Pistol formation for Hessen. Pair of receivers on both sides. Now he motions the running back out to his left. Hessen claps, takes the snap. It's a handoff on the right side, and a worm forward for Jordan Brunson. He dives for 3. Brunson with that carry now ties Henry Hessen as Miami's leader in terms of touches on the ground today with 8. 2nd down and 7 coming up.
Could be the area of the field, Luke, when you're at the 42-yard line of Toledo. Could look for a deep shot down the field if you find a one-on-one matchup you like. If not, can continue pushing the rock as well.
Just 2 receivers in the formation, 1 on each side. Hessen takes the snap. It's a handoff to Brunson. He forces forward for a yard. Now getting a good push from his line. And he gets all the way down to the 36-yard line. That initially looked to be no gain. And Miami's line pushed him for 5 and sets up 3rd and 1.
Yeah, it didn't look good initially. As you mentioned, Luke, looked like that was going to be a short gain, if that. But just pushing and pushing for Jordan Brunson, the rest of the offensive line helping him out as well. Sets up a 3rd and short.
Rockets change 4 personnel late. Play clock into single digits. Hessen's in the shotgun, nobody out wide. All the big boys up front. Just 1 man in the backfield. It's Deshaunte Jones. They fake it to him. Pressure coming up the middle. Hessen throws it to the far side. It was nearly intercepted. Whoa, an acrobatic effort at it. But ultimately, Braden Alls just couldn't haul it in. Hessen was targeting the backup tight end, Chase Becker. But it falls incomplete on a broken play, and it's 4th down and 1.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to leak Becker to the outside, hoping that Toledo forgot about him, but that was not the case. The pressure was very close to taking down Hessen. You know you can't take a sack in that situation, so you just have to throw it up, and luckily for him, it was not intercepted by Alls for the 2nd time tonight.
3:32 remaining 3rd quarter, 4th down and 1. Miami snaps it. They hand it off to Deshaunte Jones. Has the 1st down on 4th and 1. The RedHawks short yardage back. Bowling balls forward for 2 yards down to the 34. And as the clock moves towards 3 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter, RedHawks down 24-0. Miami finally cooking with something, it appears, offensively, as they've picked up a couple 4th down conversions on this drive.
Yeah, it's really just been the power running game for Miami on this drive, whether it's Jordan Brunson or Deshaunte Jones when they need it the most, slowly but surely getting the ball down the field.
3 in the backfield. Hessen takes the snap. 4-man rush, pressure off the edge. Hessen floats it far side. Jumping catch made by Cam Perry. Inside the 10, down to the 8-yard line. He's tackled by Avery Smith, the All-MAC DB, who's been working against him all night. Remember, was almost ejected in the 1st quarter for targeting. That throw looked like it was undercooked from Hessen. It fell well short. Had Perry kept running to the end zone, that ball would have landed at the 8. Instead, he stopped to the wherewithal to get his head around and got to that football. Both DBs in coverage went flying to the back corner of the end zone, thinking that route would keep going. 1st and goal for Miami from the 8. Hessen Clapson takes a shotgun snap. 4-man rush, 3-step drop. Hessen looking, floating, far side, throws to the corner of the end zone, incomplete. He was hit as he threw. Braylon Isom was the only receiver in the area. Kevon Sherman in on the pressure for Toledo. It's 2nd down and goal.
And maybe if it's a taller receiver or a bigger body like Cole Weaver potentially in the back corner of that end zone, maybe you could potentially leap up and try to make that catch. But good veteran play there from Hessen, getting away from the pressure and just having to throw it away. You just can't take a sack in this situation. That's the biggest thing for Hessen right now.
Twins on the left side, 1 receiver right. Hessen's in the pistol. Deshaunte Jones into the game as the running back. Reynolds motions out wide left. Now he joins the line. Handoff to Deshaunte Jones. Nope, it's a fake. Hessen running to the near side for his life, and he just throws it away at the feet of Keith Reynolds and ends up at the sideline right next to Chuck Martin, who gives him an earful on his way back onto the field. And it's 3rd down and goal.
Yeah, Anthony Dunn was pursuing the quarterback Hessen. He was very, very close to getting to the quarterback. So not a lot of time for Hessen. Had to get the ball out quickly and just a little bit low to his intended man.
Minute 50 remaining 3rd quarter. Miami down 24-0. And Hessen lines up in the shotgun. 2 receivers on each side. The ball's on the left hash. He takes the snap. 4-man rush. Sits back in the pocket. Throws to the end zone. It is incomplete. Had a couple of receivers there. Threw probably to the less open of the 2 in Isom. Lionel Billups-Williams was also standing a couple yards shorter in the end zone, more near the goal line and open. But it falls incomplete. And Chuck Martin elects to cut this down to a 3-touchdown game by bringing out the field goal unit.
Yeah, good late effort there from Isom to try to get the touchdown. It's a little too late in getting to it. And I guess Chuck Martin electing to try and not get shut out.
It's a 26-yard attempt for Dom Jobin. Snap and hold clean. Tumbling kick sent through the uprights with plenty of room to spare. And as you said, Miami is on the board. 1:45 remaining in the third quarter with the score Toledo 24 and Miami 3. Not out of the question yet, but disappointed to see your best offensive drive of the night stopped short of the end zone. It is pretty much do or die time now for this RedHawks team, who will likely need stops and scores on the rest of their possessions if they want to stay within this one.
Yeah, certainly feels like the defense has to pitch a perfect game the rest of the way and at least limit the possessions to a very short time period, get back to their offense.
So we'll take a break. Again, 1:45 remaining in the third quarter, and Miami finally scores. A field goal by Dom Jobin makes it 24-3 Toledo. Back to Yager Stadium after the break. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .145 remaining, third quarter, and a Dom Jobin field goal has made it 24-3 Toledo. Step in the right direction for Miami, but they'll need to start taking some bigger strides as we move towards the final quarter of this game. Kellen McLaughlin's kickoff goes from left to right, and this time it is not touched by Trayvon Rudolph after a bit of a kickoff debacle. Last time around, Rocket offense gets ready to start from the 25-yard line. This is a must-stop for Miami's defense and not just limiting this Toledo offense to 3. They cannot afford to give really anything up for the rest of this game. Already 2 interceptions by Tucker Gleason, but since then he has looked pretty sharp. And this run game's up to 124 yards on the ground for Toledo.
And equally as important for this Miami defense, got to get off the field as quickly as you can to get it back to your offense.
Twins on the right side, also to left for the Rockets. Man put in motion from left to right. Shotgun snap to Gleason. He keeps it himself off the fake and runs down the right side where Adam Trick drags him down right at the line of scrimmage. Goes for no gain, and it's 2nd and 10.
Adam Trick having a very good game for the RedHawks today. 3 hurries on the day and getting another stop there. Certainly helping out this RedHawk defense.
So it's 2nd down and 10 for the Rockets. 1 receiver on the right, now 2 to the left. Gleason stands in the shotgun with a back to his right. Toes on the 20-yard line, ball on the 25. Miami showing pressure. Gleason takes a low snap, looking to throw over the middle, connects with Vanderas. And he gets near the sticks. He's signaling 1st down. The referee agrees as he goes down right at the 35. That's the exact distance he needs. A pickup of 10, and Toledo moves the chains.
Yeah, Miami brought an extra man there, and Toledo was able to pick it up rather easily. It left the man open, and another 1st down for the Rockets.
Toledo has to run 1 more play in the 3rd quarter. 24-3, the Rockets in front here on the road. They're moving from right to left with the ball on the right hash of their own 35-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 man left, tight end in the backfield in addition to a running back for Toledo. Shotgun formation, Gleason takes the snap, handoff to Trainum. He bashes down the left side and picks up about 3 yards. And he stopped at the 38 for what looks like the final play of the 3rd quarter. Chuck Martin is walking out onto the field. Miami's getting ready to huddle up, and it indeed is the final play of the frame. 2nd and 7 coming up from the Rockets' own 38. When we come back, it's got to be a near-perfect 4th for Miami, trailing by 21. We head to the final quarter of regulation here from Oxford with the score, Toledo 24 and Miami 3. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Fours are up here at Yager. 15 minutes remain. It's Toledo 24 and Miami 3. Again, the RedHawks playing with Henry Hessen. Daquan Finn ruled out late with an illness. Miami offense has struggled. But Toledo's offense has had their way with some short fields. Now it is real gut check time for the RedHawk defense. 2nd and 7 for the Rockets from their own 38. Ball in the middle of the field. Miami essentially needs to get a stop on this drive. Rockets were set. Now Tucker Gleason slightly adjusts the formation as they relax. Now they're set again. Shotgun with 2 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. Shotgun snap to Gleason. Airs it out deep down the far sideline, and it's incomplete. Michael Yarborough back in coverage, and he was all over Junior Vanderos, who got twisted around trying to go for that football. It was a little bit out of bounds. Likely not a catchable ball. 3rd down and 7 for the Rocket offense.
Yeah, it looked like Toledo was trying to go for the kill shot to the veteran Vanderos, and credit this Miami defense. It's been a quieter game for him so far. 6 receptions for 44 yards. They've done a pretty good job of slowing him down.
RedHawks rush 4 on 3rd down. Trick lurking, throw over the middle is complete, and the Black Sea parts up the middle for Chip Trainum to run it across midfield for a 1st down and more. He's dropped at the 47-yard line by Silas Walters, but that is plenty, and another long chain situation for Toledo on 3rd down that they pick up.
Yeah, now 7 for 11 on 3rd downs today, but it seems like it's been always open for Toledo, especially on 3rd down. A good play call there from the Rockets. The middle of the field wide open for Trainum.
And credit to this Toledo offense. The majority of those 11 3rd down tries have not been 3rd and 2, 3, 4. They've been 7 through even 13, 14.
Yep.
Under center, Gleason takes the snap, play fake, throws on the right side. It's batted down. As there was a safety blitz, Silas Walters came after the quarterback, and he knocked that down off the hands of Gleason right in front of him. No chance to get it out to a receiver. 2nd down and 10 coming up.
Another good play for the Miami defense, and with the incomplete pass that stops the clock as well, which just gets more and more important as this 4th quarter winds down.
2nd down and 10. Ball on the 47. Snap and the handoff goes on the left side, and Christian goes backwards. Oscar McWood led the way for Miami, as that goes for a 2-yard loss. And again, you're here once more for the Miami defense. 3rd down and long. The Rockets need 12.
It's really been the story of the game for Toledo, converting these types of plays. And as you mentioned, Luke, another opportunity for this defense to get off the field and get it back to your offense. Seems like you have to get off the field on this play.
3rd down and 12. Ball on the Miami 49. 2 receivers on each side. Ball just inside the left hash. Shotgun for Gleason. Miami shows pressure. They bring it. He takes the snap, steps up, runs down the middle. Flag coming in as Gleason goes down the left side. 1st down and more into Miami territory, down inside the 30. He slows up his step and just slides onto his backside at the 27-yard line, but we'll check on the penalty.
With the area of the field, that's typically an offensive holding. The Toledo offense is starting to head back, so it looks like that's indeed the case. Still meeting, though.
Officiating crews made sure they've gotten it right at the very least today.
They have certainly taken their time.
Well, that explains the extended meeting, just semantics, but holding on 2 different Toledo Rockets. You can only accept 1 if you're Miami. And so that brings Toledo back 3rd and forever, all the way to their own 41. It's 3rd down and 22.
I think this goes without saying, but you gotta get off the field here if you're the Miami defense. You just do.
Pair of receivers on both sides. Gleason in the gun. Trainum is the back. He shifts from Gleason's right to his left. Gleason takes the snap, hands it to him. Goes down the right side, now counters it back in, and he's piled up on after a short gain out to the 47. Miami played soft on the run. They give up 6, but they're happy with that. They get off the field, and they force a punt.
Defense able to do a job there, get back to the offense. Hopefully get a good return here from Phillips Williams on the punt.
Phillips Williams stands at his own 11-yard line. Miami showing the pressure. They bring it. Duran barely gets that one away. Phillips Williams backs inside the 5, and he fair catches it at the 3-yard line. Called for a fair catch signal late, and something of a panic move, I think, from Phillips Williams, who I think knows that he should not have called for a fair catch at that spot in the field. So Miami's going to have a really long field, and there is a Red Hawk that is down on the far side.
It's covered up right now, so I can't tell exactly.
I think it's Jermaine Agee for Miami, who's been active on special teams, made some tackles tonight.
I know he was one of the guys that was right there on the potential punt block. I'm not sure if it was something that happened when he was reaching out or what, but he's still down.
Redhawks get a slightly generous spot out to the 4. But it's going to be a real long field, and for Miami, they cannot afford anything but touchdowns at this point in time.
And you got to work quickly, too, with 12 minutes to go. Obviously, you have to score. That's the main priority, but you have to do it very, very effectively and efficiently.
So still tending to the injured party down on the field. Again, believe it's Jermaine Agee for Miami. 12:01 remains in the fourth quarter. It's Toledo 24 and Miami 3. Again, for the Redhawks, next week they will take on a Buffalo team that had high expectations coming into the year. And then some of their early MAC results, I think, curbed a lot of the hype. But in all honesty, it wasn't a situation where they were losing. They were just kind of playing some tight games against a fairly weak MAC schedule. Now, maybe that type of thing has reared its head against the Bulls, who find themselves down against Central Michigan, and that could be the nail in the coffin of their MAC title hopes, as they're down 24-13 in the fourth quarter. Still time to come back in Mount Pleasant, but they're Miami's opponent next week. They came into the week along with the Miami RedHawks and the Ohio Bobcats as kind of the competitors for the secondary spot in the MAC championship. Western Michigan came in as also one of the one-loss teams, and they beat Ohio yesterday, so they, it looks like, will emerge out of this week as the only one-loss team in the conference. That loss came to Miami, and that was the last time the RedHawks were on this field on October 25th.
Yeah, it looks like if the results hold as they are right now, it's going to be a bit of a mess behind Western Michigan with a bunch of teams with 2 conference losses, with Buffalo, Miami, OU, Central Michigan, and Toledo, and Ball State at 3-2 as well. So potential chaos the last couple weeks of the season if these results hold.
For Miami, your final 2 opponents are 2-loss teams. You've got the Buffalo Bulls coming up, who are not a 2-loss team yet, I should say, but will likely be a 2-loss team when Miami sees them, currently trailing in the fourth quarter. And then you've got Ball State after that to wrap up the season. And honestly, going into this week, things would have looked pretty grim for Miami had they lost this game, but they did get some help around the league. But again, it's, like you said, a logjam behind them, and Miami's going to need some help if this result holds. And if the RedHawks do indeed end up becoming a 2-loss team in the conference. It is Jermaine Agee that's down. He's been helped to his feet and is being helped off by the training staff. But again, there's going to be some deep dives, I think, into the world of tiebreakers in the coming weeks in the MAC, as Toledo, meanwhile, who again has had somewhat of a disappointing year this season by their standards at 5-4. They've got a chance now to really find themselves right back in it. They've got Ball State and then Central Michigan after that. Best case scenario, honestly, for Miami is the Rockets go 1-1. And you'd likely prefer them to get beat in that Ball State game so that the RedHawks could then beat Ball State coming up later on. But again, this is diving really deep into the swamp of tiebreakers.
Yeah, I guess you would want a bunch of these 2-loss teams to go 1-1, and obviously for us to win out as well.
Yeah, the good news for Miami is part of it is just because there's going to be so many 2-loss teams coming out of this week, but part of it is just sort of lucky scheduling that a lot of these 2-loss teams are going to see each other over the last couple weeks of the season. I think UMass has kind of been the friend of everybody else in the league, in that a lot of the top teams have picked up wins against them and not had to play each other as much.
You could certainly say that, yeah.
The Minutemen currently being blown out in their own stadium against Northern Illinois.
It'll work itself out, you would think.
You would think.
I guess we'll see at the end of the day.
We will see. But again, coaches don't like to hear it. Fans like to sit and debate tiebreakers all day. But for Miami, they could have controlled their own destiny with a win here tonight and a win over the final 2 games of the season as well. But for the RedHawks, maybe not eliminated just yet. We'll have to see. For now, still a shot, but again, down 3 scores, 12:01 remaining. They've got the ball, but just on the 4-yard line, certainly up against it with their backup quarterback in the game. And again, little bit of mystery shrouded around what's going on with Daquan Finn. Again, dealing with an illness, but that was something that came out pretty late in the game. He was listed as the starter on the depth chart this week. And the information that Finn was not playing was not made public until about an hour before the game, thanks to the league's student-athlete availability report that they require out of all teams. But who knows how much, A, Miami even practiced without Finn, if at all, this week.
Yeah.
And B, how serious this illness would be to get Finn out of future practices and or games. Anyway, the offense back out on the field, starting aggressive. 5 wide, 2 left, 3 right for Hessen, who stands in his own end zone at the base of the letters. Takes the snap, looking left side, throws left side, complete. Caught at the mass by Cole Weaver at the 14-yard line. He is driven back right there, but forward progress gets him exactly 10 in the first down.
Yeah, good tackle by Andre Fuller to limit the potential gain for Cole Weaver, but it's enough to move the chains. A good start to the drive for Hessen and the RedHawks.
Again, Hessen making his 3rd career start here tonight. 2 of them have come in place of Daquan Finn, once via injury earlier this year, and tonight because of illness. 2 receivers on both sides. Movement on the right side for Toledo, but they avoid jumping offside. Hessen takes a shotgun snap, looking over the middle, throws over the middle. It's off the fingertips, incomplete. Looking for Cole Weaver on the near side seam. Aiming for his big 6'5" target, but threw it just a little too tall at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, he was certainly open up the seam, but just too high of a throw from Hessen out of the reach of Weaver. And a good hit by Emmanuel McNeil Warren to eliminate any doubt on if he was going to catch the ball or not.
11:15 remaining, 4th quarter, 24-3. Toledo leads Miami. Hessen in the gun, takes the snap, Rockets rush 4. Hessen with time, throws down the near side, incomplete. Again looking for Weaver. Rainbowed it just a little bit long as Weaver had beaten his man, working against DJ Kelly for the Rockets. But a misfire by Henry Hessen, and it's 3rd and 10.
Just maybe a step away. Wasn't a bad throw by Hessen by any means, just seemed a little bit off. And as you were starting to mention there, Luke, before this drive started, you wonder if Hessen just, we're assuming, getting thrown in there today. If he had more practice time to work with some of these receivers, maybe that's a potential completion to Weaver.
He's completed just a third of his 24 passing attempts so far tonight. 3rd and 10, low snap, he handles it. Pressure coming up the middle. Hessen gets out of it. Now he finds his way up the middle, and Hessen still on his feet, diving at the first down, and he got there. Wow. Hessen was about to be blasted in the pocket and somehow got away from a pursuant, rolled up the middle of the field, snuck through the center of his offensive line, and then just went on a scramble drill, running for 10 and moving the chains.
Yeah, it looked like a Daquan Finn type of play. Way move the chains.
Empty set as he takes a shotgun snap. Again, a clean pocket, throws down the near hash, and it's tipped and incomplete. He was looking for Weaver. It went off his hands, but fell to the turf, and fortunately it hit Weaver in the hands and fell down, not up, as there were 3 Rockets lurking for a potential tip drill interception.
Yeah, this has certainly been a Cole Weaver heavy drive for the RedHawks. Seems like almost every passing attempt has headed in his direction.
Good news with all the incompletions is Miami has not run much time off the clock. Still 10:30 to go. Down by 21. Hessen in the shotgun. Josh Ringer into the game as the running back. Gets the snap on the second clap. Hessen stands in the pocket. Throws a bullet to the near side. Caught by Braylon Isom, falling forward back towards the line of scrimmage. That prevents him from getting the first down, but he picks up 9. And it's 3rd down and 1 from the 33-yard line for the RedHawks.
It's a little bit of a tough break there for Miami. It certainly looked like Isom was going to get the first down, but had to lean forward and just short instead.
A fire drill to set up the formation. 2 receivers on both sides for Miami. 3rd and 1 on their own 33. Snap to Hessen, handoff Ringer. Shimmies on the right side of the line, trucking forward. They mark him right at the line to gain. And maybe got another foot. Anyways, he got the first down.
Enough to keep the chains moving. Just got to keep working quickly here if you're Miami.
So the ball up to the 34-yard line. 9:36 and counting to go. 4th quarter with the RedHawks down 21. 1 receiver tight to the line left. 3 out wide to the right. Hessen takes the snap. Flush to the right side. Ducks back in. Hessen tripped up by his shoes. Bent over backwards, and he goes down. Back at the 30-yard line. Sacked on the play by Martez Pointer. It's a loss of 4. Back to Miami's 30-yard line, and the RedHawks got to go here as everybody's getting back upset. Miami is not huddling.
Yeah, down 21 with 9 minutes left. There's really no need to huddle at this point. You got to go as quickly as you can.
Hessen takes the snap, sits in the pocket, and just throws it away to the near sideline. Cole Weaver in the general area, so no flag for grounding. That stops the clock with 8:57 to go as Hessen got rid of that pretty quickly. Miami facing a 3rd down and 14 with under 9 to play.
And you don't need to get all 14 yards here if you're Miami on this play. You'd have to assume that they go for it if you just try to get 8 or 9 yards here and make the 4th down more manageable. Don't have to get everything here.
Trips left, 1 receiver, that's Weaver, out to the right. Hessen in the gun. Takes the snap, 4-man rush. Hessen flings it over the middle. It's tipped by 2 Rockets and incomplete. He was looking for Isom, but he was between the hashes. That throw was outside the hashes. It hit off the arms of 2 Rockets. McNeil Warren was one of them. Avery Smith the other. Both defensive backs had a chance to come up with the pick, but could not do so. And Miami changes a ton of personnel, and they're bringing out the punt unit here.
Yeah,
it's
certainly.
4th and 14 with 8:52 to go, but down 3 scores.
Seems like a waving the white flag moment to me. Just can't throw the ball late on a crossing route like that if you're Hessen.
Kick side spins to the right side for Pierce Stainton. It sets up right at the 30-yard line where the Hudson Powell, the long snapper, stands over it. He downs it right at the 30. And with 8:43 to go, it's Rocket football, and that brings us to a timeout on the field. Miami elects not to go for it on 4th down, and that might be an indication that this one is headed to bed. 8:43 to go, 4th quarter with the score. Toledo 24 and Miami 3. We're back after the break. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. .8:43 remaining in the 4th quarter. Miami punts it back to Toledo, down 21. 24-3 Rockets. And Toledo back out offensively. Likely get ready to see a healthy dose of the run game. Rockets have 169 yards on the ground, and the snap on 1st down. Handoff goes to Kenji Christian. Gets through initial tacklers, meets Eli Blakey at around the 35, and he is driven sideways and down to the ground right there. Pickup of 5 yards, and there is a Red Hawk that is down on the far side of the field. That is Corbin Hondrew that is down for Miami. Haven't heard his name called a ton tonight. Normally right in the middle of things, but that would be a massive loss for this Miami defense.
Yeah, really one of the leaders of this defense. Had a massive game last week at OU. Team high 17 tackles. Also had a strip sack as well that he recovered himself. He's out for an extended period. That would be a humongous loss for this Red Hawk defensive unit.
Chuck Martin making the lonely walk to the far sideline to check on one of his defensive leaders. That's why we have the second. Can take the chance to talk about this Toledo team. They have now vaulted themselves right back into the middle, talking about tiebreakers of the MAC championship conversation. And said earlier in the broadcast that that loss to Bowling Green, which was their second after an early loss in their MAC opener to Western Michigan, likely felt like the nail in the coffin to potentially go into Detroit, but now they're going to find themselves right in a logjam for that second spot.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Luke, when this team is on, they certainly seem like the best team in this conference, and it's just been such a massive difference on if Toledo's playing at home in the Glass Bowl or not. They are averaging a 40-point win in home games this season, 5-0. They haven't won a road game this season, averaging a little less than a 9-point loss. They've lost 3 one-score games on the road. So it's just been exercising those demons of getting a win on the road, and they're about 8.5 minutes away from doing that in very convincing fashion. Seems like a win that could really springboard their team and their mentality as they close out this season.
Andrew helped straight to the locker room, looked like he was favoring his right arm. 2nd down and 5, meanwhile, for Toledo. 8:20 remaining. Rockets lined up. They get a full 40-second play clock here, so they'll likely just let this run all the way down. If you were wondering, talking about tiebreakers and some future schedules for Western Michigan, pretty light to end the year. As the Broncos are currently the MAC frontrunner, it would be an advantage to Miami for the Broncos to lose at least one more game because they have the head-to-head. 2nd and 5. Shotgun snap, another handoff to Christian, tries to counter it back in, spins away from a first tackler. Miami may have popped the ball out, and I think they did.
Looks like they got it.
They punched it free. Eli Blakey recovers the fumble for the RedHawks. Christian trying to counter that back up the middle and then spun to the far side, was running for his life. And he had somebody on that defense for Miami that jumped on his back and punched that ball out. Looks like it was Kuwatch for Miami. Or maybe as we get another look, that is Malcolm McCain that punched it out for the RedHawks. Blakey got on top of it, and Miami takes over at the Toledo 29 with 7:44 remaining.
Yeah, just an outstanding play by McCain there. Just punched the ball right out. Miami right on top of it. Great field position inside the Toledo 30. Gotta get a touchdown here. If you get a touchdown quickly, I think it's gonna get a little interesting.
Certainly could. Still 7:44 remaining. 1st and 10 for the RedHawks. Hessen takes a shotgun snap, fakes the run to Ringer, throws it to the far corner of the end zone. It is intercepted. Well, the Rocket defense made quick work of that threat. It's picked off. And it's Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who has been all over the place, getting his 2nd interception of the year. And, man, that's just been poetic of this game. Just when you get a slight glimmer of hope for Miami.
Oh, maybe
it's
not.
Ripped away, but now
offense is staying out there.
Yeah, the offense is back out on the field. They just made an announcement over the PA. I think maybe McNeil Warren was out of bounds potentially.
I think they're saying as he was leaping up, he wasn't able to keep his backside in bounds. So a good break there for the RedHawks, and the drive is still alive.
2nd down and 10 for Miami. They were going for a home run ball to the end zone, looked like to Perry. They go 4 wide with Ringer as the running back to Hessen's right. He takes the snap. Again looking that way. He throws on the far side. Incomplete, looking for Perry. Flag comes in from the backside. Perry got his arms tangled up with the DB in coverage, and I think they'll get him for some PI. Just going back to that interception for a moment, McNeil Warren went up to go get it, but like you said, he came down straight on his back. This is pass interference. And it's that feature matchup, Smith working against Perry, that we've highlighted all night as he picks up the flag. But it looked just to the naked eye clear as day that he was in bounds, I think, just because most of his body was. But it's the first contact that you make with the ground, and that must have gone out of bounds. And so the drive continued. Miami gets the PI, and now they're on the 21-yard line of Toledo. 7:34 remaining. Fresh set of downs. 2 receivers both sides. Hessen takes the snap, looking to throw on the right side. Now his eyes shift down. Rolling, throws far side over the ad boards, incomplete.
Gotta give a lot of credit to this Toledo secondary tonight. There's been quite a few plays where Hessen's had to move around a little bit, but none of these receivers have seemed to have broken open. Defensive backs that remain sticky on their matchups and haven't allowed any scramble drill type of big plays.
It's always a good secondary with this Rocket team. Hessen takes the snap, throws it to the far side. Weaver makes the catch. Did he come down with it? No, he did not. Got his hands on the football, was working up against the sideline to just stay in bounds, and don't think he even hung on to that football. The ball is shed free. So it's 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, very tight window for Henry Hessen to work with. Had to throw the ball up naturally, but it was just out of reach for the tall Cole Weaver.
Miami's thrown the ball into that boundary now 4 times on this drive. Wonder if maybe they try to flip the field the other way towards the long side. They've got 3 receivers there. A receiver and a running back split out wide to the right. Hessen takes the snap again, looks that way, throws to the far side, and misfires. Looking for Josh Ringer. It's incomplete. Ringer maybe had a bubble of space. That was a tight window, but Hessen just threw that way high and wide of where he was looking for. It's 4th down. It's a gotta go for it for Miami at 4th and 10 from the Toledo 21. 7:18 remaining in the 4th quarter. It's 24-3 Rockets.
And we'll see if they go back to that far side corner. Looks like Weaver is over there again. Cam Perry right next to him. 2 of your best receivers right next to each other.
Ringer still in the game as the back. Hessen motions him from his right to his left hip. Waves his arms back and forth. Claps, takes the snap. Pressure coming. Hessen throws off his back foot to the near side of the end zone. Jump ball incomplete. Nearly intercepted, but it doesn't matter, as Braden Moore was the safety back in coverage for the Rockets. He was frustrated that he didn't come up with the pick. It's a turnover on downs nonetheless, and Miami coughs the ball up. And just an indication of what life has been like for this offense tonight, as Henry Hessen, 9 for 33 through the air for 122 yards and 2 picks. He's been sacked 5 times, and that pressure certainly played a part on that play.
Just 66 rushing yards for Miami today as well. Not that they're going to run the ball often on that drive given the situation, but just shows how stingy this Toledo defense has been throughout tonight's game.
Gleason back out with the offense, just over 7 minutes to play. Handoff on 1st down, and straight up the middle for Trainham. And he gets out to the 25, 26-yard line, called a gain of 4. 2nd down and 6 coming up.
You certainly have to expect a run-heavy drive here from the Rockets as we're down to 6:50 left in the game.
Gleason takes his time to line everybody up. The veteran started his college career in 2020 at Georgia Tech. Didn't really play, transferred into this Toledo program. He hands it off on 2nd down, and Trainham doesn't find any air. Goes back up the middle and gets to the line of scrimmage before he goes down. It's 3rd down and 5 as the clock moves under 6 minutes to play. And for Gleason, to his credit, transferring from a Power 4 program to a MAC team, transferred in knowing that he wasn't going to be the starter behind Daquan Finn for a couple of years, spent some time as a reserve. Finally got his chance last season after sticking it out. And he's played well. Former 3-star recruit. One of 3 brothers, all that played D1 football. Takes the snap, looks to the far side, and throws it there. It falls incomplete. He was looking down the field as look out. There's some extracurriculars. Vanderos had that throw fall short of him, and then he grabbed the DB and threw him down. I think that may have been Blakey back in coverage. It's 4th down, and the Rockets bring out the punt unit. But now, I mean, it really hurts that you were unable to score on those couple of drives while you had your chance for Miami, because once again, your defense did their job as the Rockets bring the punt team out. Durant takes the snap, gets it away. High, wobbly kick. Fair catch called for by Billis Williams. He makes it at the 39 between the hashes. But now think about it. If you're Miami, this is the 3rd time your offense has touched the ball over the last 7 or so minutes. And, of course, had you been scoring touchdowns and kicking the ball off, you know, the situations would have, of course, been different.
Yeah.
But you were looking like you're really up against it, and we said your defense has had to pitch a perfect game the rest of the way, and they have in this fourth quarter. They've got stops, they've got them quick, and this offense just has not found a way to complement that.
Yeah, after the first touchdown of the second half where Miami is down 21-0, kind of alluded to the dam potentially breaking for this Miami defense and that things might get a lot uglier, but it just hasn't been the case, and I think the defense deserves a lot of credit for shutting down this Toledo team since then, just giving up 3 more points, but the offense just hasn't helped them out a ton.
Empty set for Hessen, throws it over the middle, complete for Keith Reynolds, jukes right, shuffles around the 50-yard line, and gets swung down into Toledo territory at the 49. That's a gain of 11 and a first down for Miami.
And the first reception for Keith Reynolds today, obviously has a few rushes out of the backfield, but the first reception is traditional wide receiver position.
Miami brings Josh Ringer into the backfield. Hessen takes the shotgun snap. Only a 4-man rush, but now they're starting to get home. Hessen throws off his back foot to the far side of the field. It's incomplete. Threw that one away. I don't think either coach has been super pleased with the throw-away attempts of their quarterbacks today. We saw Tucker Gleason try to throw one away earlier that he didn't get enough under and threw a pick. Hessen has had a couple of those where he's just thrown while falling backwards, kind of a fadeaway jump shot. It's fortunate it was not intercepted. Just under 5 minutes remaining, Miami down by 21. Hessen takes the snap, 1-yard pass midfield. Plenty of time to throw, sits in the pocket, delivers over the middle. It's a strike. Cole Weaver catches it at the 35-yard line, and he's whipped down right there. That is a gain of 14 yards, and Miami moves the chains again.
Cole Weaver finding the open spot in the defense, enough to get the first down, a good throw and catch between Hessen and Weaver.
Hessen takes the snap, throws to the far side, incomplete. He was looking for Ringer. It looked like a miscommunication on the route as Ringer cut that in. The throw was out towards the sideline, and it falls incomplete.
Yeah, it seems like we've had a few of those miscommunications throughout tonight's game, which I suppose is understandable with the backup quarterback in on shorter notice than usual.
4:25 to go, fourth quarter. And the backup, Henry Hessen, takes the snap. Now facing pressure, and he's pounced on. Again, you got to give a lot of credit to this Toledo secondary. Hessen had plenty of time there, but just could not get rid of the football. And he is sacked on the play by Jeremiah Peters.
This Toledo defensive line just been dominant today, up to 6 sacks in the game tonight. It's a game-wrecking performance from them.
Under 4 minutes to go. Hessen takes the snap on 3rd and long, pumps twice, now steps up and runs. Hessen angling towards the far sideline, and he ambles out of bounds at the 32. Gain of 8. It's 4th down and 7 for Miami with 3:44 to go.
Good play there from Hessen as the defensive line was starting to charge in. Just had to get away and scramble to chop this 3rd down to about half. So 4th and 7 here for Miami.
Clock starts moving again. We're under 3.5 to play. Hessen steps up to bark orders at the line. He shifts Josh Ringer to his left. 2 receivers on each side. Ball on the right hash. Miami going from right to left. Hessen takes the snap to his left. Sails it to the end zone. Not even close. Right at the DB. It's intercepted. That's as easy as it's going to get for Avery Smith. That may have just been another miscommunication. Smith looked like the intended target of that throw. He comes up with the pick. His first of the year for the All-MAC DB. And that will finally be the last thorn in Miami's side, it appears, of the evening as the Rockets take over 1st and 10 from their own 2-yard line.
It looked like Hessen was trying to get the ball downfield to Cam Perry. He was running outside. Hessen threw the ball inside. As you mentioned, Luke, I don't think Avery Smith will get an easier interception in his life than that. Just been that type of night.
Hessen's night will likely end 11 for 38 for 147 yards, no touchdowns, and 3 picks. Handoff on the left side goes to Trainum, and he picks up about 3 yards. They mark him out at the 5. And Chuck Martin's not taking his timeouts. Toledo will run one more play before the 2-minute timeout. Again, credit this Miami defense for, at the very least, just preventing this from getting very, very ugly. 17 of Toledo's 24 points came off short fields tonight. Not a whole lot of defense can do with that. Gleason under center. Hands it off on the right side. Trainum straight line forward. And he gets battered at the 10-yard line. 3rd down and 2 coming up. And the Rockets will run this down to the 2-minute timeout. So we will take one final break here on Red Hawk Radio. Toledo leading Miami 24-3. They'll put the finishing touches on a road win when we come back next. Again, this is Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Two minutes remain. 3rd down and 2 for the Toledo Rockets. Miami not taking their timeouts, down 24-3. Rockets will improve to 6-4 with the win. For Toledo, with a win tonight, it'll be their 16th bowl-eligible season in a row. I don't think in the landscape of college football that many fans realize how impressive that is as a G5 school to do something like that when, again, you're scheduling a couple of not guaranteed, but some difficult games that you're likely to lose. Handoff goes on the left side, and not for a first down by Tranum. He loses a yard. And that's, again, not for the lack of this Toledo team scheduling tough squads. They took down 2 Power 4s last year. They absolutely belted Mississippi State in the regular season on the road, and then played, maybe just in terms of the product on the field, the best bowl game of the year against Pitt, a 6 overtime thriller win over the Panthers.
Yeah, that was a wild game in Detroit.
Rockets bring out the punt unit. Minute 18 to go, 5 on the play clock. Emilio Duran takes a rainbow snap and delivers a sky kick that spirals and drops down into the hands of Lionel Billups-Williams at the 45. Makes a fair catch there on Toledo's half of the field. 1:07 remains. Miami's offense set to take over. Jason Candle in year 10 here at Toledo. MAC championship a few years ago, had a chance to repeat. Miami squashed that chance. But again, if you talk consistency in the conference, there is not a team that has done it better than these Toledo Rockets. Both on the field and off the field, they've got the longest tenured high coaching staff members in the country. Both their OC and DC, as well as their strength coach, have been there for 6 years with Jason Candle. There's no other school in FBS that can say that.
And let alone for any group of 5 school to have that continuity and have the success they've had. It's really, really impressive.
Absolutely. Handoff goes up the middle. And it goes for about 8 yards. Miami gave it there to Tito Glass, who is the 4th stringer. He runs it up the middle as we move towards 40 seconds to go. Again, we've kind of been searching around throughout the various schedules that remain and things of that nature. And again, not all hope is lost for this team. They hurt their chances a lot with what happened here tonight for Miami. So they'll likely not be in the MAC championship game without a lot of help, but help they could get. Handoff again goes to Glass up the middle, and Chuck Martin's walking across to midfield. That's it. Disappointing effort for Miami. Following the rivalry loss on the road, the RedHawks hoped to avenge it coming back home and staying as front runners in the MAC championship game race. Miami unable to do so. They come up flat in a 24-3 effort without their starting quarterback tonight. And the RedHawks drop to 500. And bowl eligibility will have to wait until at least next week. Back to that point about all not being lost for this Miami team. Again, they now are level with Toledo in the standings. And you will have to sort through a mess of red tape at the end of the week to truly find out who is the number 2 team in the conference, because it's not just as simple as some head-to-head tiebreaks, because there are a lot of teams involved in it. After Ohio lost yesterday, Miami now a 2-loss team, Toledo still a 2-loss team. There's a lot to sort out standings-wise. The good news is, as we were chatting a moment ago off-air, Brian Miller, next time we're on the air here on Red Hawk Radio for a Miami football game is in a couple weeks' time in a Saturday kick, where the Red Hawks will be one of the last games before the conference championship. And so they'll head to Buffalo next week. You're hoping you can take care of business there. But there's a very good chance that Miami, if they win next week, can go into that Ball State game knowing there's a shot for a win and in scenario. But again, that is looking far, far ahead. Overall now, your attention shifts to, can Daquan Finn return? Again, say health of Daquan Finn, and it's not injury related, it is just illness related, and have been told this is likely just a one-off thing for Finn, but you never truly know. And also, just wondering how much of that flatness was a product of that here tonight. You know, anytime you lose your starting quarterback, it's certainly never good for your offense, but having that next man up mentality, you know, albeit it's just a cliche, is very important. And we were certainly hoping for just any sort of better effort and rhythm from Miami on both the passing side and running side of the offense tonight?
Yeah, obviously when we got word that DQ was going to be out today, it certainly changed things a lot the way that we were looking at this game. And I think your point about how it might deflate the rest of this team could be very true, especially for the fact he's going up against his former team in the Toledo Rockets. You get word of that and you're like, oh man, if it's going to be out, it's just like you're looking forward to this game so much in this matchup with Finn and his old team, and now you know it's not going to happen. It could be a little deflating. I could certainly see that, and you could definitely see the flatness of the offense tonight. Just going back to what you said earlier, Luke, Toledo Rockets scoring 17 points on short fields tonight. Defense did pretty much everything they could. They got a couple early interceptions in this game, and they really held on, stayed in it in the second half. Just no help really from the offense, and that's really the story of tonight's game.
Henry Hessen finishes the night 11 for 38. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and he was sacked 6 times. No matter who is standing back there, that is something that Miami's offensive line is not going to like at all, as Hessen faced a ton of pressure from a very good Toledo defensive front tonight. And credit this Toledo team again, the performance they had on the road. It hasn't always been like that for them in Mid-American Conference play. We mentioned that they've been up and down. A lot of that up has come at home. A lot of that down has come on the road. And the Rockets came to play here down south in the Buckeye State tonight as they controlled this one from start to finish. Again, our next football broadcast comes your way in a couple weeks. Thanksgiving weekend, Saturday, likely afternoon. It will likely be a noon kick. That's speculative. That will be announced probably on Monday as the RedHawks will take on the Ball State Cardinals. As for this Miami team themselves, they'll head to Buffalo next week, and that game can be found on the Miami Radio Network and on national television like always. Our next broadcast comes your way in 12 hours and 28 minutes. The Miami women's basketball team will have an early tip, a 1 o'clock tip coming up, I guess a little more than 12 hours from now. 1 o'clock start tomorrow against IU Southeast, 14 and a half hours. Correct my math there. For the Red Hawk women and Glenn Box as they try to bounce back from a road loss to Oakland. Bryan will have your call of that one tomorrow afternoon. And again, after that, plenty more action. Men's basketball, hockey next week. And that will get us right into the swing of the winter season.
Yeah, the busy season. All those working tomorrow, all those at school tomorrow, if you want something to listen to, Red Hawk Radio here on YouTube. I'll be there.
Pull up Miami women's basketball against IU Southeast coming up tomorrow afternoon. That'll wrap things up for Bryan Miller. I'm Luke West Poley signing off from Yager Stadium tonight, where again the final score, Toledo 24 and Miami 3. Thanks for tuning into this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. After the break, Andrew Relvas has your postgame show. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our Red Hawk Radio post-game show. Final from Oxford, the Toledo Rockets 24 and the Miami RedHawks 3. This was a game that the Rockets controlled from start to finish, and Miami unfortunately could not catch up against the speedy Rockets from the Glass City. Thanks again for joining us. My name is Andrew Relvas here for the final part of this Red Hawk Radio football broadcast. Final tallies for the Rockets. Tucker Gleason finished 18 for 31, 2 interceptions to 2 touchdowns and 160 passing yards. On the ground game, over 100 rushing yards. 91 on the ground for Chip Trainum. He was the top RB on the game, along with Christian having 29 rushing yards and Gleason picking up 23 on the ground as well. Top receiver for the Rockets, it was Treadway with 55 in the air along with a touchdown, and Jacob Peterson also had a receiving touchdown in the first half. Meanwhile, for Miami, Henry Hessen finishes the game 11 for 38. That's 29%, 147 yards, 3 interceptions to no touchdowns. He really had a tough day against a really experienced and a really talented Toledo secondary, and he unfortunately could not recover here at home. Miami, 75 rushing yards. That was 44 from Jordan Brunson carrying the load, 9 carries for him. Keith Reynolds, the running back, 4 carries for 11 yards on the ground. And Henry Hessen had he had 9 rushing yards, a lot of them taken back. Top receiver for the Red Hawk, it was Cam Perry, 4 receptions, 69 yards. And the second man behind him, Cole Weaver, 3 receptions, 41 yards against a talented Toledo secondary. And big storyline coming in was this offensive line for the RedHawks. How are they going to handle this Toledo defensive line? Well, they surrendered 6 sacks to Henry Hessen. Any quarterback who gets sacked 6 times is going to have a rough day, and for Henry Hessen just could not get behind it, and the RedHawks will fall to Toledo 24-3. With that, Miami falls to 4-2 in MAC play, and they're 5-5 overall at the 500 mark. And for Toledo, must-win game, and they get it on the road in Oxford. They improved to 4-2 in the MAC, and 6-4 overall. So this is going to be a logjam. I mean, Western Michigan's number 1. Buffalo lost earlier tonight versus Central Michigan. That game wrapping up now. So Buffalo 4-2, Miami 4-2, OU 4-2, Central Michigan also 4-2, and Toledo 4-2 as well. If Ball State wins on Saturday versus Eastern Michigan, we could potentially have 6 teams with 4-2 records in the MAC. I mean, that's unreal. That's about half of the MAC basically tied for second in the conference. You want to talk about parity. I mean, that is just something interesting to keep an eye on. But, yeah, we have a logjam at second spot, but a big win by Western Michigan last night against Ohio really catapulted them up the rankings. Well, that's going to do it here from Yager Stadium. The RedHawks fall by 21 points to the Toledo Rockets, and that's going to do it inside Yager Stadium. My name is Andrew Relvas, signing off from Yager Stadium inside Oxford, and we've got a RedHawk Radio women's basketball game between the RedHawks and the Grenadiers of IU Southeast tomorrow at 1 o'clock, so make sure you tune in for that. That's going to do it. Hope you have a great rest of your night.